Organised.
Oh,
There,
Who
see,
is?
we're organised.
Really?
Did I forget
40 minutes
something?
late.
Oh yeah,
okay.
I forgot to mute YouTube as usual. So that's that. That's sorted.
That's the point. That's the point.
That done. Right, now the usual planning. We just wing it as we go. Right. Do I have to do everything? I've got to find. Do I have to find the derp, or somebody else already knows about it? I don't want to go using the one that somebody was on a panel last night that I stayed up late listening to. I don't want to listen. We don't want to go that way. We don't want to go anywhere down that road.
No.
No. Even in
And
Discord
Chemo was on Sunday Rose, so I don't think we want to watch that either.
Yeah, I left a comment on there this morning that I'm glad that I watched it this morning. That way I could fast forward.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Every time Chemo opens his bloody mouth, because that guy's just an idiot.
Carl says you're too early. What do you mean I'm too early? It's 7 o'clock, 7:15 here.
Tony says he doesn't know Chemo. You don't know Spurs Chemo?
You're lucky.
No. Oh, he's lucky. You're lucky. You're very lucky. Very lucky.
Very.
I was going to say you could have a look at the start of Jose's Saturday night stream, or was it Sunday morning stream? The one where he managed to get half the panel to rage quit.
Oh, did he? I didn't watch all of that because obviously I was.
You were in it. You rage quit with the rest of us, didn't you, Farmers?
No.
Oh no, that was me, Stingray, and Tony. I think that all left.
You was all up at silly o'clock, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those of us in the UK were up at silly o'clock.
Yeah, well, I was fast asleep. I missed all of that.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep that night, so.
And
I had a camera outside recording a time lapse.
That's fair.
Okay, I got a choice of derp. I got Mr. Thrive and Survive from Colin.
Oh yeah, that.
I'm putting stuff in it.
What else have we got?
Mr. Sensible stuff.
No shield videos. These are just derp videos we're looking for.
No, Phuket Word, Nathan Oakley.
Yeah.
This is like recent stuff.
Yeah, Phuket Word needs to change his name now.
Yeah, I was going to say that yesterday when you were on Crafty Kilo.
Yeah, it's Portishead.
Portishead. Is that where he's at nowadays?
He's come back to the UK and he's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody was mentioning they were in Vietnam, and I was asking if they could go kick Phuket Wood in the nuts. Obviously, that wouldn't have happened. So.
Yeah.
Well, who's the Aussie bunker who actually went over there? Always starts his show when he's upside down. What's his bloody name?
The Ozzie guy with the hat.
Yeah,
you know the one I'm on about. For the life of me, I can't remember his name. But he actually went over to Phuket.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he went there, and Phuket Word would not meet up with him.
Oh, that doesn't really surprise me.
No.
Oh, no.
Well, now I've got 3 choices of derp. I
haven't watched them, so.
I've got Thrive and Survive, Fake X Mouse in Space Anomalies of the recent BS launch.
Oh, yeah.
We've got PhD versus Globe Geometry from Nathan Oakley. And we've got what's that one?
There's a CC one.
And Phuket Words Flat Earth Sunrise.
Oh, he's not done another sunrise, has he?
Yeah, that's what I've got here.
At Portishead, where they have the second highest tidal range in the world.
Yeah. But he did one before, and he said, "Oh, look, here's the sunrise," and he actually started recording after the sun had risen.
Both of which would obviously tend to favour a global description of the Earth rather than a flat one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's a CC saying the launch was fake.
Well, of course it was.
Well, yeah, he wasn't there, so it must be fake.
But those Herberts who were doing the live stream at the same time, you've got Jeranism and Rabbit Hole and some of the other Herberts, Bigfoot Botherer. They're going, and when it lands on the drone ship, and of course it loses a signal.
Oh yeah,
as it is wont to do. Oh, look, and it cuts away. Of course it cuts away. Yeah, it cuts away because the barge has just shifted because it's got such a great big rocket landing on it. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll just turn anything into an excuse.
Yes.
They're just in it looking for excuses to be incredulous, and anything will do. Doesn't matter how reasonable it is.
Yeah, well, they were saying, oh, look, and there's a camera cut. Oh, and there's another cut. Yes, they're filming it from lots of different cameras. If you just filmed it from one camera, it would go out of shot and you wouldn't see anything. Oh, why don't you cut to another camera? And they go, oh, well, look, they've cut to another camera. Yes. What's that supposed to prove? Just. And then one of them goes, oh, look, it's a balloon. Yeah, righto. You're just being stupid now.
Yeah. To me, did you see Mr. Sensible did I think it was Mr. Sensible, maybe it was Where's Wally. Somebody took to Level Earth Observer, who's been going through all of the Apollo mission footage and just sort of looking for stuff that he doesn't like the look of.
Yeah.
And it's kind of pathetic, really, to think that he's there. This is what he's dedicating his time to. This is he's got a finite span on this earth, and this is the sort of thing he's doing. It's really kind of sad.
No.
Oh, that was quick.
Thought he was going to talk and he muted himself.
Oh.
Me? No,
yeah.
somebody else.
About to say
Anne-Marie came in and spoke to me, and I'm supposed to leave it on mute and then just unmute if I want to say something.
Right.
Yeah. Especially given how sensitive the microphone is.
Ranger's just said in the side chat, they should send a rocket up next to the main one to film it all the way up. Yeah, that's exactly the sort of crap that they come up with. It's like they always said, oh, there's always a camera looking back down from the rocket. Why isn't there never one facing forward? Well, they did that on a shuttle mission.
They did, didn't they?
And it's so boring. You don't see
into the bloody rocket.
It's just black.
it goes blue, 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 black.
That's really exciting, isn't it?
But there's no stars. Where's the stars?
That's right. They can't be in space. It's obviously fake.
Yeah.
Just. Do you remember which one of them it was who was saying, well, was it Mind of God? I think it might have been Mind of God. One of his reasons for being skeptical was that he didn't think the production values were high enough.
I think that might. Yeah, that sounds like the sort of crap he'd come out with.
Morning, Carl. Morning, Irish Stu. Morning, everyone in the Peanut Gallery.
As I pointed out to somebody, you look at the Apollo 11 happened in 1969.
Yeah.
You compare the footage of that to what was at the time the greatest science fiction film ever made that came out a year before, 2001: The Space Odyssey, which of course is Kubrick. And they're all saying, they got Kubrick to shoot the Apollo moon landings. Really, you go back and watch that whole segment when they're on the moon and look how crap it is compared to what they actually filmed on the moon the year after.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's if you look at the footage, I've got a friend who's mad keen on the entire space program, and he showed me some footage from one of the Gemini missions, or maybe it was one of the Mercury missions, where they were filming themselves orbiting Earth, and this was in the quite early 60s, and you're just going, they couldn't have faked this at that point. They just didn't have the tech for it. It's nonsense. Just.
Have you picked one yet, Terry?
Plano Walk put out a video today in which I learnt that seismology apparently isn't a science.
Oh, God love it.
So that's
What have you been doing?
that's
all
your
these
career
years? You've
gone
just
then,
been winging
Tony.
it.
Need a new job.
He's been faking it.
Well, fortunately, I don't actually count as a seismologist. I actually have so sort of specific a discipline that we don't even have a cool name for it. We just sort of everybody just disavows. No, they're not with us. So
Yeah. That's like every time I speak to a flurf and they deny radar works.
Yeah.
yeah. Have you ever heard the story about sort of one of the satellite missions goes up and one of the foreign a foreign scientist turns up the next day and isn't allowed onto mission control because all of the submarine positions have shown up? So this was some sea observation, some ocean observing mission, and apparently all of their submarines showed up perfectly. So they just shut down mission control and wouldn't allow any non-Americans onto mission control. He was my supervisor, that guy.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Because sometimes the Americans do like to go a little overboard with security to the point where the security actually tells you that there's something going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tends to be a bit of a giveaway, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. It was like the night we got thrown out of our engineering control room because we weren't allowed to see the radar displays because they didn't want us to see certain F-111s taking off from Alconbury and heading down towards Tripoli.
Right. Okay.
I saw them flying back the next morning.
Yeah, we were not. We were engineers, not operators. We wouldn't have noticed. We wouldn't have been able to tell.
You wouldn't care.
So the only thing the security did was to actually alert us to the fact that there was something going on. So now we want to find out what that is.
Exactly.
Oh, this looks like a Jose.
Yeah, somebody in the Peanuts, I think it was John Rapp, mentioned to go to 1 hour 30, and there's a bit of derp there, so we'll cherry pick. We'll cherry pick the.
Oh, SE's in there. I thought he was going in Jose's anyway.
Yeah, I know. He said it was between. Okay. Scroll back up too far to find it.
Oh, is it SE calling me out as a lying whatever it is that he likes to do all the time?
No, it's not about you this time.
Well, that makes a change.
Oh, good.
I thought
That
he
makes a
wasn't going. I
change.
thought he wasn't going into the panels because
He said as long as Jose was doing this membership thing where you could nominate to have somebody booted for 20 minutes, he would never go in the live chat. He would just go in the side chat.
there's a liar. Oh,
And yet there he is.
Yep. I think that's actually a good idea. Ostracism. I certainly wish we could apply it to Australian citizens in general. I'd be happy to vote for one or two to.
So it was supposedly been between SC Lyle, and then Brian Leakey jumped in. Earth rotation, Sun orbit, and 11 vectors dash 4m miles per hour. So
that's one of the things that SE keeps trotting out about these 11 or 13 vectors. Because what he doesn't realise is you can put them all together to get one.
Fred said Brian was reasonably sensible. Oh,
I kind of think that vector sums don't seem to be a strong point for these people.
Amongst many other things, yes.
All math.
Or math of any sort.
Reality.
Reality does.
They seem to struggle with
amongst their many weaknesses. I feel like I've accidentally sparked a Monty Python skit. amongst their many
it's starting to sound like a cross between the Romans and the Spanish Inquisition, isn't it?
It is, yeah, the Spanish Inquisition.
Play.
Okay, well, I would have not been able to tell he was going 150 miles an hour if he did not show his speedometer. Because there's no reference point to compare to.
Yeah, everything y'all say is you're talking linear though. Linear.
Ryan, you're interrupting me. So he had no reference point to compare to. So the Earth's rotation, what reference point is there to compare to?
Okay, quit comparing linear velocity to angular accelerating velocities. And Charles, man, you got to. One thing to Charles before we change the subject is, man, you got to understand the difference between the pressure being like half an atmosphere and like 10 to the negative fifth torr is the difference between a little vacuum chamber at the house in a pan or in a pot compared to 6 feet concrete thick walls. So you're saying that there's not much to go to get to zero, but that's not the way they figure that out, man. It's exponentially bigger vacuum, man.
But in my example that I'm telling you, this guy was accelerating to 150 miles an hour the whole time.
What's your point?
Speed. But if you look out his window, you cannot tell that he was going 150 miles an hour. He basically looked like he was standing still.
So if you look out, so if you're standing on the ground outside and you look up, don't you feel like you're standing still?
My point is that he was moving and he was consistently accelerating to that point. But just out his windows, you have no reference point to compare to. Just tell
that argument's desperate at best, bro.
All right, Brian. Let's allow Montreal to see where he go there. Oh shit! Wait, I got a big fat $20 super chat from Beard the Devil. Thank you. Perfect timing when I wasn't gonna holler as in Montreal to tell you. Thank you, Beard the Devil. And he say, for the flat Earth proponents only, what is the cause of the Earth's geomagnetic field? Don't ask for help from the rest of the panel or deflect the question. Thanks.
Mount Maru.
All right. Let's go with SC Montreal. I don't know if you got an answer to this question specifically, SC Montreal, but maybe you wanted to talk about this movement. And if maybe Seek and Find or yourself or Brian Lee got an answer to this point, I would really love to hear it. I'm going to copy it in the chat so you can read it. Go ahead, Montreal.
I'm going to wait then because I wanted to ask him a question. I'm going to wait for the other guys to answer.
What do you guys think?
I could give a thought to it. Like, you take if anybody knows how a capacitor works, you have a gap in between the two plates or the two materials, and that'd be like the sky. And if you pictured the firmament as the positive charge, like the atmosphere goes up, the potential energy, like 100 volts per meter, they say, or whatever. And then you look at, what you have to put in when you're making a battery. You have to put in like salt, saline, or something like that, or sulfuric acid,
larger
some type
version of capacitor,
catalyst or salt. And like, say, given that the whole oceans are like are salt water, that's exactly the way they make a battery or a capacitor. So you could argue, could put a decent argument up that the Earth is like a type of big battery. So there would be a electromagnetic field everywhere around us.
So we're walking around
in the way that ether has a toroidal motion. It just kind of, it's just all one big field, and it just kind of sustains itself. But that's just in the head of Brian Lee. I can't prove it.
I actually appreciate it. At least you gave me your honest. And you gave us an idea. Let me before we continue, Seek and Find. Any idea? Have you looked into the Earth's geomagnetic field at all, and you have an answer on what is the cause of it?
I'm not going to say that I know the cause of it. I can't really say, man.
All right, that's fair. Yeah,
they wouldn't like my answer. I would just chalk it up to the creator and the way things.
Can I ask a question to Brian?
No, not yet, Leo. I'm gonna ask. Man. Yeah, thanks. Seek and Find. That's honest. If you are not allowed, if you.
I think they're all over the place to get to cherry pick anything out of this one.
Mm.
Yeah.
John, you've given me a timestamp of an hour 30, but that's where I went to, and you said they're all over the shop. Well, I was trying to find a section we could listen to, but you'd have to watch all that to pick anything out of that. But we know what Brian Leakey's like.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just do these in order if I got. Here's your favourite Phuket word.
Yeah.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters and debunkers. Sunday morning sunrise here in Portishead, the southwest of England. So if you're up already, hope you're enjoying it. Good morning. Who's that? Oh, I can't. I didn't bring my glasses, so.
Funny how he won't zoom in on it.
Yeah.
I can't see who that is. Hi, anyway. Oh dear. Yeah.
Where's all the water gone then, mister?
So I thought I'd come and
where's all the water gone?
say hello to the sun as it came up on this summer morning.
The sun evaporated it.
What's interesting is, you know, here in hi. Good morning.
Didn't it just zoom back in?
The sun, you know, does
up.
a big
Yeah,
path,
exactly.
but then only ends up going over there. It doesn't even. It kind of does a big arch these days. So it's very interesting to see what it does here compared to Phuket, Thailand,
If it's flat, why
where you don't
is it
get such
only
a difference in the days. So it's only been dark for about, what, 5-6 hours? And it gets light again. So quite a phenomena. And certainly not due to us being on some spinning globe.
It seems strange.
It's coming up from where, you silly person?
But it's been it's been an interesting few days just to reflect on many things and let go of many of the fears that rule our lives.
What fears?
Like what?
Because you know what we all seem to do
You're meeting a
most of the
maniac on
time
the beach.
is spend time worrying about the past and the future. And man, I wish I had my
Get on
glasses.
with it. Jesus, Johnny.
Oh dear.
Does anybody remember the goodies episode? with
So
Death
I'm
in
sorry.
Volcano?
It's very difficult for me to read the text in my old age here.
I don't remember that one.
Good morning.
It's a lamp.
Level Earth Observer. I can see your thing there. Good morning to you. Are you just getting up on a day off or going to work? Beautiful sunrise here. So yeah, been practicing letting go of the kind of fears that we often spend far too much time embracing, and
He's certainly given away his fear.
you know,
of not
that's
making sense.
it's just one of those things we in fact, I suppose
Embracing that full on.
what I wanted to talk about was
go with it.
just how important something like Flat Earth is to as training for the mind, because I think that the problem we do see around us, and it especially has been highlighted in the last few months, is most people, unfortunately, are not even at a stage where they have even begun to question things. And one kind of analogy I'd like to use is that we all hear the phrase "the world is a stage," and there's a lot of pantomiming going on, and we realize that the news, the media, and all that stuff, everything is a distraction, and it is all going on stage. I remember a time when I used to worry about the trillions of dollars of debt that was being created by various presidents or whatever, and of course, that's come to nothing. It doesn't mean anything. All it's meant to do is stoke the fire of fear for all those concerned and get people worried and paying attention to the wrong things, because all of this really is a game. It is all theatre, and it is all a game. And if you imagine like a game of Monopoly, where you've got the board and you've got the banker, and you get very involved in the game, and but the banker could have an endless supply of money. It wouldn't matter, just to play the game, just to keep the game going. And that's what they do. They just print it because it doesn't mean anything. It's not real. It is just part of the game, this whole money thing. Of course, we live in a situation where we need money, but at the same time, all it needs is a bunch of us to just come together and detach from that and rely on each other as a community, and not have to play the game of Monopoly or the game of life that or be part of the theatre. So this kind of theatre analogy is interesting, because if you compare it to how we are as an observer of ourselves, and the training that we kind of have to put ourselves through in order to observe ourselves going about our daily lives and observe the distractions that we encounter or we allow to consume our thoughts. That's the thing, isn't it? We're constantly occupied by thought, but actually what we strive often to do is to get away from thought, to find a place where there is no thought, because the thoughts ultimately cause emotions. They manifest as physical reactions, whether it's heartbeat, nervous tension, whatever. All these emotions stem from thoughts, and they become our physical reality. We are totally distracted by those thoughts all the time.
Sorry.
They become our reality.
I went the wrong way. How about that?
But of course, thoughts are often based on something that is completely fictional. It's all really literally in our heads, and things like that, all based on presuppositions and assumptions and beliefs, and we're so tied to that. And for the most part, we don't. Most people, unfortunately, don't even recognise that that's going on. So the first step is to recognise that our emotions and our thoughts and our beliefs are constantly being manipulated. And so the whole stage analogy, it's like we are the audience watching a pantomime, but of course, once you're in the audience, we very much become involved in what's going on the stage. Or maybe you can imagine one of those community plays where there's a bunch of people that are the cast and they know the script, and you go along as the audience and you get kind of involved. I don't know if you've ever been to one of those ones. I remember going to one when I was a kid where you rocked up at this place and they were playing.
Be able to answer that question. He's just talking to hear himself, to hear his own voice.
I think the psychiatrist was sexing himself listening to this guy. Let me out. Let me get away.
Well, knowing what he's like, I'm going to fast forward it to near the end, because he usually
to about 2 seconds.
He usually finishes it off with at least a couple of
more derpiness.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes towards the end. Okay.
You know how Team Skeptic has the dinger whenever he says idiot?
Yeah.
Well, you could have a dinger whenever this guy says,
well, I do that a lot, so don't be too hard on him. I'm going to stand up for
Sit down. Honest to goodness.
About the monkey mind and all the tricks it plays on us, and the tricks that are played, the bananas and the carrots and all that, and the fear, because it's one thing to say, abandon fear, there's nothing to fear, easily said and easily repeated as some kind of mantra, but for that to actually happen, for it to be to resonate with realization that you are no longer controlled by any fear, whatever form it may take, is something that can only come when we've noticed it, observed it, and just like we observe ourselves as an audience and observe our reactions, and then we're not. And the more we do that, the more we recognize it, the less attached we are to it, and the less it affects us emotionally, and the less turmoil we experience, because we are in the present, with more in tune with pure consciousness, rather than being in tune with all the distractions and all the stress and the strain that manifests itself with fear-based mindset. Yeah. So I'm going to leave it there. Sorry for that. I'm going to really enjoy going back through the chat later on when I get back. And so have a great Sunday and stay in the now.
Now, did he say anything? I don't know. I didn't.
I didn't catch nothing that was in any sense meaningful.
I needed text to be scrolling across the screen, going derp 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 derp.
Terry, I think he was afraid of, had a fear of saying something.
Just a second, sorry, I've got to go.
Unbelievable. You couldn't just stand there and watch that glorious sunrise.
And he did, and he missed the sunrise anyway, didn't he?
What an idiot.
Well, the sun was technically already risen by the time he started.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Totally.
I would love to see a sunrise like that. With hills and shit.
It's actually really easy for me to see a sunrise like that. I open my front door.
Snap.
No, I've got a load of hills and get in the way.
Although I'm sure I can't see how it can be at Portishead and see the sun rising over the water.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. How could the sun be coming over water when he's facing?
Yeah.
It depends which part. If he was facing east when he was looking over the water.
Yeah, but I thought.
But he's in southwest England.
Yeah, I've been to Portishead. I lived down that way. I lived about 20 miles from there for 2.5 years back in the 80s. They used to drive past Portishead every week. And in fact, I even went on holiday there about 10 years ago to Portishead. And yeah, there is a hell of a difference between the top of the tide and the bottom of the tide, but it all faced west and north. Can't see anywhere along that southern.
No, when you're going to see it like that. No, not on the west coast.
It's facing east.
Not on the west coast. I can't see that on the west coast.
Even if you're.
Yeah, but we sure he knew where he was to start with.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't filming it where he.
He said he was southwest, but he might not have been southwest. He doesn't know where he is.
I'm
going to Thailand.
Have to fire up.
No, he's not in Thailand. He's not over in Phuket.
He needs to change his name then.
Yeah.
I certainly can't see a sunrise like that, and I'm in the west.
Yeah, hold the fort for a sec. I've just got to refresh my coffee.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello. What's the old groin? Oh.
Can you hear me, Pip?
Yes.
See if he's in.
Oh.
Why?
Oh, because my what you can see on my avatar.
Your bike.
It should be playing a video.
No.
What's going on?
I
don't know.
Don't know. Don't like that.
I was going to put video up for Stu, but for some reason,
no.
Choose your virtual background.
Actually, of course, there was the one thing I was forgetting. We're 52 degrees north, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Currently, the sun's rising at sort of
northeast.
50, yeah, but the sunrise is at like 50-something degrees at the minute, and the main jetty at Portishead, if if you were by the main jetty at Portishead, the sun would be rising just to your right at 57 degrees. Because it is actually much more north than east.
Oh, definitely north. Yeah, right in my face every morning.
Yeah. So yeah, yes, he could have quite easily done that from Portishead.
So you're saying in summer your sun rises north of east, in our summer ours is south of east.
Yes,
almost
northeast.
It gets to almost 45 here at Reps. It gets to under 50 degrees, if I remember rightly.
Yeah,
which is north for the which is north of northeast. It's that far out.
That's even further.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, I was going to Google what a groin is.
Those long things that stick out from beaches that are made from wood or concrete or blocks.
Stop the beach moving.
Yeah, stop the longshore drift.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's.
But they don't stop the longshore drift; they just mitigate it.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Spelled with a Y.
Never heard that word before.
No.
Nope.
And you live on the coast?
Yep. We don't have groins.
Oh, that'll be it then.
Our nearest coastline was Sunny Honey, and of course Hunstanton and Heacham. Certainly Heacham's got groins, or it used to.
No,
groins right round the Norfolk coast.
Yes.
And the Suffolk coast and the Essex coast.
Maybe it's an East Coast thing then.
Yeah, I think, because see, we have a big problem with longshore drift because you've only got to look at Spurnhead and Aldborough and Great Yarmouth. I mean, Great Yarmouth is built on a spit developed, grown by longshore drift.
Mm.
So yeah, it's
so sediment transport depends a lot on sort of wave direction and that sort of thing.
Mm.
Yeah.
So how it all works out is actually quite interesting. It's one of the things that sort of gets me about this is that I don't think that any flat earther actually understands the complexity of what is meant by sea level. I often see people referring to height above sea level, and it's actually a surprisingly tricky concept to nail down in detail once you sort of look into it a bit. Because the gravitational potential of the Earth is weird shaped, so actually, it will have gradient in it. For instance, along the Western Australian coast, there's a gradient in the equipotential along there. But even if you set it to be the equipotential, the mean equipotential surface, you can turn up your navigation device can say this is the equipotential surface. This is where sea level is, and you can be hundreds of meters either side of it because actually currents and winds push the water around, creating what's called dynamic sea level topography. And these guys, they've got no understanding that when they're talking about these lines, water level, I notice in the present tide level. Well, present tide level in what sense? At the exact moment you wrote that note, what are you talking about? It just, they don't define anything properly. They don't define anything strongly enough that you can actually confirm it for yourself or redo the calculations. So it gets a bit frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, all I know about the reason why we get so much longshore drift down the east coast is the wave directions spend a lot of time being the same as the tide direction.
Mm-hmm.
So it all runs down the sort of down the coast.
Yep.
So it's really good at picking it up and dropping it, and of course they do stupid things like build an outer harbour at Great Yarmouth that stops that constantly fills up with sand because it stops all the stuff that's coming down the coast. So they have to dredge it. And then, of course, all of a sudden, the beach, the other side of the mouth of the river, disappears because it's no longer getting the deposits that were maintaining the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole complex there's a complex field called morphodynamics that is used to sort of study beach evolution, and it's got a lot of people who who are very, very useful at this sort of thing, because there have been a few bad experiences of exactly that, where people have tried to, pouring cement to fix what they think is the problem, and they end up just creating a huger problem somewhere else. So, yeah. But have they not? This photo is another sort of black swan variant.
Oh, was I muted again? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One day you're going to ignore me, and my mic's not going to be muted.
Yeah, Alan, he'd have been looking up the estuary.
Yeah, I've actually got Google Earth Pro open now, looking at it, and like I said, from where that jetty is in Portishead, where the sun was actually in the correct position for where the sun should be rising. Because I was forgetting that the sun rises at, like I said, at about 50 degrees.
Yeah.
So that was the only factual information we can take from that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually found the spot where he was, and he's looking pretty much north up the Severn Estuary.
Yeah.
But because the sun rises only 50 degrees from north, it's not that big an ask.
He's looking across. Basically, he's looking.
But his
right
other
across
fact was that he was in
to the
southwest
wash.
England, so he was in.
Yeah,
south
but he's looking across England, Terry. He's looking
okay.
towards Europe
Okay.
or Finland, that sort of way.
Okay.
Yeah, he's looking like the jetty he's standing on faces sec.
So there would have been a lot of land where the sun is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking up a river.
Yeah, the sun's rising over England, basically.
Yeah,
is what he's looking at.
Yeah.
That jetty he's on faces points at a heading of 38 degrees. So the sun rises another 20 degrees to the right of the jetty, which was about what you saw in the video. So yeah, there's no doubt of where he was stood.
But that made more sense than what he was spouting. So that was the main thing.
Yeah, and it works. And of course, because we're now on the 1st of June, so we're only 20 days away from the solstice, the sun rises at sort of 50 degrees. So yeah, you're not going to have to be very far around from north to see the sunrise, which was my problem, because all the coast along there runs from sort of southwest to northeast at best.
But that wasn't the purpose of his video. Was for us to analyse where his location was. It was to listen to his derp.
Oh no, it was just I was like confused how he could have the sun apparently rising over the water, but actually it was far enough around that it was perfectly fine.
Here we got now. I don't know if this is Nathan Oakley talking, but it says PhD versus globe geometry. So.
Groin is observed higher than the rungs. The horizon is also.
Sorry.
That looks like a questionable education thing. Look at the writing and the colours and the shit. That's definitely a questionable education set of text.
Not something we can read.
At least he's kept. At least he's got the same font face throughout it, though. This time.
Yeah, but it's something we can replay, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. I think it's Queenie.
Yeah, there's some writing along the bottom too, saying something. I don't know.
It means quantum eraser. Just say it. It's fine.
Horizon behind the old groin is observed higher than the rungs. The horizon is also observed higher than where the bottom of the old groin end marker structure is seen to meet the sea, higher than Mary's and Pippin's feet, and higher than Sam's and Frodo's waists. The observed horizon in this image is also beyond the calculated distance of the physical geometric horizon. This observation is not possible on a sphere or globe Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers or 3,959 miles.
Oh, it's ballbusters.
A massive shout out to Dr. John D and Karen B for doing the voiceover for this latest Black Swan video from Dr. John D. So the info box will have a link to his channel. Check him out. Massive shout out. Thanks.
I was just thinking music while they're playing their intro. Oh, we've probably.
A black swan is photographic or observational evidence that shows the horizon, the apparent line that separates Earth from sky, behind an object that is beyond the physical geometric horizon of the assumed Earth sphere. The distances involved are based on a mathematical geometric calculation that uses the radius of the sphere and the observer's height. The calculation is an accepted and proven mathematical formula. If you are not familiar with the black swan phenomenon, then the above description might sound vague and unclear. A brief visual representation will now follow that will hopefully put the above description into a more understandable manner. A man at a specific height above tide level standing on a sphere.
We can read it ourselves. We don't need the narration.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it's the same old nonsense.
Yeah.
Line of the physical geometric horizon represented by the red and yellow circle. These observations were carried out between Worthing Pier and Sea Lane Cafe Buoy. The distance, according to Google Earth, is 3.7 kilometers or 2.3 miles.
Oh, I missed something back there.
Oh, that's
it's a boy. It's not a buoy. It's a boy.
How the Americans pronounce.
Notice where they correlated the geometric with the eye height of the person in that image.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An imaginary.
They even got the calculation right. Ish.
Or otherwise can be observed past the line of the physical These observations were carried out between Worthing Pier and Sea Lane Cafe buoy. The distance, according to Google Earth, is 3.7 kilometers or 2.3 miles. The height of Camerland Center ranged from approximately 70 centimeters to 60 centimeters above tide level. For the purpose of the observation, the higher value of 70 centimeters above tide level will be used. The camera used was a Nikon P900. Where is the physical geometric horizon relative to the observer? Based on the Earth being a globe or sphere with a radius of 6,371 kilometers or 3,959 miles, the physical geometric horizon for the observer at an eye height of 0.7 meters will be 3 kilometers or 1.9 miles. Based on Earth being a sphere of a known radius, the physical geometric horizon is 3 kilometers or 1.9 miles from the observer. The physical geometric horizon is here, represented by the yellow and red dot. What will not be observed past the physical geometric horizon in this observation? No other horizon, imaginary or otherwise, can be observed past the physical geometric horizon, that is, 3 kilometers or 1.9 miles from the observer.
Unless there's refraction or...
They obviously turned refraction off, yeah.
Oh, they
Yeah, we turned.
They're categorizing the refracted horizon along with imaginary.
They've turned the light. They've turned the light button off as well.
And let's face it, if it's warm enough to take that stupid tripod and stick it in the sea, like that.
I hope they washed it well afterwards.
I was going to say they won't have a tripod for much longer after doing that.
No.
They are so close to they're in an area where the refraction is going to be so big in the visible spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be quite happy. I mean, it's not exactly a lot further, is it? I mean, it's not like it's got to go 5. You're seeing the horizon 5 times further away than it should be because of refraction.
Bog said I'll repeat this and if needed and get wet. Okay, Bog.
Yeah, don't get cold though, Boggs, because that's still quite cool. That sea's still quite cool this time of the year.
I don't understand how they think you can only see 1.9 miles from.
Well, you can if you put the camera 0.7 of a meter above the level of the water. But you'll also have so much refraction. Yeah, for a 6 foot, it's 3 miles for a 6 foot observer with your feet on the sea level, on the sea.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. Okay.
Not including any refraction, of course.
Yeah.
If the Earth is a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers or 3,959 miles, then the horizon cannot be seen past this point.
Really?
Viewing from Worthing Pier to Sea Lane Cafe buoy. Date 26th of May 2020. Day Tuesday. Time 7:18 a.m. to 9:07 a.m. Location Worthing Pier, low tide. Worthing Pier aerial view from Google Earth.
Not low
Sea
tide.
Lane Cafe, Worthing. Old Groin Breakwater, Rocky Groin Breakwater, Sea Lane Cafe in the distance on the shore.
No, it don't look much like a groin to me.
And from the other direction, you can see the buoy and the end of Old Groin Breakwater.
That Boggs was talking about.
Look at the buoy. What kind of buoy is it? This is a cardinal
It's a
marker
buoy,
buoy.
that's what it is.
The 2 black downward pointing arrows
I
warn
like
navigators.
the windmills in the background. If you look at the windmills in the background, just back a few seconds.
Yeah.
Well, you can see it in the top right-hand corner anyway. I think you can see one.
Yeah.
That image or the...
No, next one.
Just
past.
a little bit further.
There.
Yeah, there.
Hey, look. You can see the yellow bases of the near ones. Why can't you see the yellow bases of the far ones?
Strange that, isn't it?
Well, it might be high tide over there and low tide over here.
Yeah.
My friend convinced a Canadian tourist that they were there to provide they were fans to provide a nice cooling breeze on the beach when it was really hot in the middle of the summer for the Scroby Sands wind farm.
Okay.
Dear.
Yeah, like we need a cooling breeze in Britain.
Yeah.
Well, it was he did do it while we were in the middle of a big heat wave thing. That was
What, you mean it
going
got
on.
up to 20 degrees?
Did someone take them off the hill out my back garden?
So when you looked out, you could see them turning. There was a breeze, was there?
Yeah.
Well, if you keep putting all them up, they'll use up all the wind and there'll be no more cyclones.
Exactly.
The funny thing was, that was a point when there wasn't enough wind for them to be turning, and my friend said, "Yeah, they turn them on later in the day."
They had them on low.
Yeah.
To save energy.
What kind of buoy is it? This is a cardinal marker buoy. The two black buoy boats, 2020.
Special type of irrelevant buoy.
Yep.
2020.
Boy, stop.
The observations were made between approximately 7:12 a.m. and 9:07 a.m. The tide level above lowest astronomical tide at 7:18 a.m. was approximately 1.1 meters. The tide level 1 to the video description. Please do not just believe the screenshots in the shown. Be stated: A. No inferior mirage of the buoy was observable. B. No superior mirage of the buoy was observable. C. The tide is gently going out, turning and coming in. The tide is gentle before and after it turns due to the very shallow profile of Worthing Beach at that distance from the shore. D. The yellow color of the buoy is bright. E. The image of the buoy is clear and defined. There is very limited distortion. F. In the final video, distortion is starting to be observed compared to the earlier videos.
What about the windmill?
How the video footage will be presented.
What
1.
about the windmills?
Screenshots from the videos are presented in a time linear order to show what was observed as time progressed from 7:18 a.m. to 9:07 a.m. 2. The screenshots taken were those that were clear and right position. PowerPoint slide. A. No image. 6.
Not Worthing.
Time 7:19 a.m. Is the horizon behind the buoy? No image manipulation. Time 7:31 a.m. Is the horizon behind the buoy? Time 7:42 a.m.
What on earth?
Time 7:52 a.m.
No, it's in front.
Time 8:14 a.m. Is the horizon behind the buoy? Time
Right, so they're
8:30
using the
a.m.
waves
Is the
to
horizon
change their
behind the
horizon,
buoy?
are they? Oh, very nice. Nice
Time
manipulation
8:46 a.m.
there.
Is the
Image
horizon behind the
manipulation.
buoy?
That looks like a wave rolling towards me.
Time 8:55 a.m. Is the horizon behind the buoy? Analysis of the observations. At 7:19 a.m., the horizon could not be seen behind the buoy. Over the course of the observations, the horizon was observed to be visible behind the buoy. The distance the horizon was observed behind the buoy increased with increasing.
It's not pronounced buoy.
If she says buoy one more time.
She's going to.
It's just they're claiming that this Dr. John D has a PhD. Can I ask if anyone knows what it's in?
It's supposedly in, what is it now? Photospectrometry or something, isn't it?
Spectrophotogrammetry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spectrophotogrammetry.
No, that is actually a discipline. So,
but whatever I think people have researched in whatever he claims to have a PhD in. Whilst it is a discipline, I don't think it's one that you can get a PhD in.
Spectrophotometrology.
It's such a bloody mouthful, whatever he claims, and I can't remember what it is. But people have gone and looked and said you can't get a PhD in that.
All right. It's so I mean, this is such a poorly conceived experiment, particularly for anybody. And Alan will be able to comment on this more than I can, but particularly for anybody with any awareness of refractive effects, they haven't taken any humidity or temperature measurements.
Yeah, I couldn't find any temperatures.
And they haven't given us the wave heights that we might be able to use, and taking the stills. As you point out, has the potential to create the misleading impression if there are waves. And I noticed that the camera seemed to be tilted at one point.
Oh yeah. That's another trick of theirs. Yeah.
So that suggests that your tripod hasn't even been stationary throughout the course of the observation.
Well, one of the problems is the P900 is not exactly a heavy camera. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The tripod legs are hollow aluminium.
Right.
Now, they're not going to be sealed for water ingress. However, it would take a while for the water to ingress. So they're going to be buoyant.
Right. And this is another reason why it's a bad experiment. It's just fundamentally bad design all around, and they've gotten the results, and they're so proud of having written everything down that they haven't actually bothered to go through and examine where their sources of error are, which is the first thing that you might want to do when you're designing an experiment or assessing an experiment's results. Where are my sources of error? How big are they? They haven't done any of that. It's I don't know.
All to me, it just shows.
I should stop ranting.
All that shows to me is that at a distance of anything up to 2.5 or 2 miles, the horizon has atmospheric conditions that can display those type of effects with an object.
Yep.
As shown with any other image that we've seen. No different.
Yeah.
No different.
It's no different, and I mean, this isn't. This entire thing is built around wordplay. To my mind, they refuse to distinguish between the visible horizon and the geometric horizon. But doesn't this blow Nathan Oakley's own argument out of the water? Doesn't he always say there's only one horizon?
Yes.
Doesn't this time lapse prove him wrong?
You can clearly see the rolling waves coming in.
The horizon's moving.
Was Oakley trying to say that the geometric and the visible horizon are the same thing? Okay.
Well, his argument is that if you're claiming refraction, then you're claiming that the horizon is looming over the geometric horizon, but that isn't possible because there can only be one horizon.
Yeah.
So therefore, the geometric horizon must not actually exist. And it's just, if you use the word horizon simplistically enough in multiple different contexts, then you can confuse simple-minded people.
Well, if there is no horizon, wouldn't that just be a dead straight wall up in the air? Because there'd be no edge.
Well,
you know.
It's to me, like this is such a stupid argument, but it's good to see them persisting with it, because you wouldn't want to give up after the first 40 or 50 times that have been debunked.
The one thing they don't want to acknowledge is, why is there a horizon at all?
Yeah, exactly.
Still a horizon.
And they will claim. So I think they're claiming. I'm not an expert. I think they're claiming that that the apparent horizon, and you'll notice that they've made apparent horizon nice and colourful here, is due entirely to optical effects. It's due to bending of the light. But that kind of means that you're bending the light down, doesn't it? Or, you know, I'm not. They can't draw a diagram of how the light is bending to create the image of a horizon. And when they're pressed on it, they won't. They'll just say that everything's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
You see too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old see too far thing.
Which doesn't make sense, that phrase.
Okay, well, other interesting observations. Here we go.
Other interesting observations.
Already.
Another object of interest is the old groin end marker that is near the buoy. The old groin end marker in the past probably had a pole and cage on it as shown in this diagram. 2 videos were taken of the old groin in order to gain a better understanding of the structure. The links are in the description. How the video footage will be presented. 1. A screenshot has been taken of the old groin end marker to show what made the old groin end marker structure in a reasonably central position. What has been stated here by double-checking the actual video footage. Time, 7:22 a.m. Is the horizon behind the old groin end marker structure. 7:44 a.m. Is the horizon behind the old groin end marker structure. 8:11 a.m. 8:25 a.m.
Yeah, same day, but what about
8:44 a.m. Is the horizon behind the old groin end marker structure.
You're only taking it on the one day.
8:53 a.m. Is the horizon behind the old groin end marker structure. This series of observations shows the observed horizon becoming increasingly visible further and further behind the old groin end marker structure. The observed horizon is visible beyond the physical geometric horizon that would block line of sight on a sphere or globe. These observations would not be possible on a sphere or globe Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, 3,959 miles. No sea would be visible beyond the structure. To give this very dry presentation a human touch, we now come to the final tale. I was fortunate enough to observe 4 brave hobbits on a bit of an adventure. Pippin, Merry, Frodo, and Sam. And they were on a journey to the end marker, or there and back again. In order to understand the following analysis, please do watch the video of An Unexpected Journey, Video 5. The link is in the description. Leading up to the end marker along the old groin is a series of rungs. The rungs are slightly raised relative to the flattish surface of the old groin leading up to them. The series of rungs leading up to the end marker. Between each rung, there is a submerged concrete walkway. In the image shown, the seaweed in the white box is anchored to the submerged walkway. It can be observed that the submerged concrete walkway is at a lower level than the top of the rungs, approximately 1+ foot. For the sake of accurate comparison, there was approximately a 6 centimeter difference in tide level between the morning observation and the old groin filmed in the evening.
Well, imagine trying to get
tide
6
level
centimeters
1.08 meters on the
swell
left,
like that.
and tide level 1.14 meters on the right. The rungs of the old groin are physically higher than the present tide level, and the horizon behind the old groin is observed higher than the rungs. The horizon is also observed higher than where the bottom of the old groin end marker structure is seen to meet the sea, higher than Merry's and Pippin's feet, and higher than Sam's and Frodo's waists. The observed horizon in this image is also beyond the calculated distance of the physical geometric horizon. This observation is not possible on a sphere or globe Earth with a radius of 6,300.
So that's the main assumption they're putting there. This observation is not possible on a sphere.
Yeah, it's nonsense. Obviously, if you incorporate refractive effects, it's easily explainable, and quite frankly, they're just asserting that it isn't, and they're not bothering to do. I mean, they stated it outright. You know, we're not going to present the mathematics here or the logic here. That's in another video. We're just going to assume that that's the case and make barefaced declarations.
Well, now for something completely different. Last one.
But at least she stopped saying.
Yes,
boy,
that word.
boy.
Well, I'm going to mute you if you say it.
Boobies and groins. Oh my.
Boys and groins.
Yeah, I didn't consider that. You could get yourself in hot water.
Got to be careful what you Google.
Sounds like
yeah, don't Google boys.
Yeah. No, groins.
Oh, back in the day.
I really.
Oh, Professor Bell's out in the peanut gallery.
Hello, Prof.
He's probably working. At what time of night is it?
Oh.
Yeah, he's probably working.
Oh, and talking of people who would be working, and I don't know whether she's listening, but shout out to Crafty Keeler.
Oh, yeah, I did see Crafty there earlier. Hi, Crafty.
I don't know whether she's because she said she listens, so.
Yeah.
She was very kind to have me on her stream yesterday.
Say good day to you guys for me.
Yeah, that was good fun. That was very random, and I think my ears have recovered from.
It must have been early hours of the morning here, or late at night, or whatever, because I completely missed it.
It was late at night. It was midnight my time.
Yeah, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon here.
I don't know what I was doing at 12 o'clock at night the other night.
Is it safe to come back now? The derp's gone.
No, the derp hasn't gone because we're just about to listen to Mr. Lion Connive.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Lion
Drive
Connive.
and survive.
Drive and survive.
Oh no.
Yeah, you see, the derp hasn't gone yet. In fact,
you'll never get rid of the derp. You know that, Matt.
No.
I will.
Yeah. How? Have you got a secret that no one else knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait to see this mouse. Come on. Play.
Oh, not the mouse again. Good grief.
What?
Right, let's go.
Mouse? I always see it. I thought it was a ferret.
Fake X mouse and space anomalies of the recent BS launch.
But the last launch, he saw a mouse.
Was it Bottom done a sketch with a mouse, didn't they? When they went to chat girls up. You can't remember that? They chat the girls up and he was looking through a handbag.
Yep.
Oh, that was in
Bottom, wasn't it? Or was it in the other
No,
one?
that was Young Ones.
The Young Ones.
No,
Yeah. That was Young Ones. Oh, a little mousey. Does he want a drink? Then dunks it in a drink. That was Rick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's Rick, man.
Yeah, let's have some derp. Let's get through it. This is going to be
really
painful.
wanted to end the Umbra Penumbra BS video first. I wanted to do that first, but I can't let this go. I just can't do it. It's so bad. And you're going to want to stick around to the end of this because I'm going to cover what you're looking at right now at the end. And you're not going to believe your eyes if you haven't seen this. I'm actually starting to believe that this is a test of the people of the earth to see how gullible they are. How much BS they can throw out there and not have any kind of
billions and trillions of pounds
blowback from people that
to see how
look at this and say, "Oh, isn't that just so wonderful?" They're cheering on the ground, and as they said when they were going off at mission control, wearing their masks, socially distanced. I guess they didn't need all those controllers after all. There was only a handful compared to normal. But anyway, let's get into it. And
God,
like
I
I
really
said,
want
I
to
don't know how
try.
long I'm going to be, but you're going to want to stick around to the end for this one.
No,
In
we
case you
don't.
don't know what
No,
we're looking
Terry,
at, we're
please
looking
don't.
at the Falcon launch.
Oh, I can't do anything about it. My
supposedly, with
hands are
2
busy.
astronauts in it, going into space
He's
and going to
rolling
meet up with the
cigarettes.
ISS. Well, I'm going to be doing an ISS video too soon to show how that's impossible. But let's take a look at what the astronauts see on the left.
I can turn the sound
They
off
have a
if that helps.
cartoon Earth
Yeah,
to look
that would
at.
help immensely.
A cartoon Earth. We don't get much better. We get
Just
these
enjoy the
lame
video of the replay.
GoPro cameras where one side shows a ball Earth, the other side shows a flat Earth, and actually it even shows a concave Earth at times. So not only do we
they
not
got a
get
flat Earth
a
and a
continuous
concave Earth.
feed,
Yeah.
we're looking up and
Wow.
down
I
from
don't think it's the
surface
same
to
Earth
into
though. That might be a
space.
different Earth.
We get a
Oh, is
cheap
that where the posh people
GoPro
go
camera.
for
Not a
holidays?
camera.
SpaceX.
It's a diagram. Oh my god.
Well, here it is, all politically correct and spaced out. Everybody wearing a mask. Can you believe this horseshite? Guys, I'm over this stuff. We have a lot of problems here on Earth, even if this was real. What have we ever gotten out of space other than Tang, a freeze-dried orange drink that sucks?
Sunscreen, sun shields for the car come from space, didn't they as well? That,
Probably your bloody
that
phone. That you
silver stuff.
Velcro. Lots of medicines.
No.
Save people.
He's got a good point, though. We still are not able to exile flurfers to space, so
we haven't achieved
I'm kind of
everything
thinking
yet.
that was something we were promised. I can't
Yeah.
help feeling that.
I thought Velcro was developed for space.
No.
No, that was invented.
No,
by
it was
the
developed
monkeys.
independently.
Is that one of the monkey's mothers or something invented that? The monkey?
No, she developed liquid paper.
Ah, Tipex, that's it.
Tipex, yeah.
You know, they used to say that we got pharmaceuticals, Rich. We got pharmaceuticals from outer space because of the weightlessness of outer space. Absolute bunk. So anyway, I just want to show this because someone will say, no, they weren't wearing masks. They weren't socially distanced. Way less than the normal amount of people. I guess they can handle it. All of a sudden.
It's number of people that
Okay,
bugs me every time.
I've been saying forever, wouldn't it be so cool to have a continuous shot, a camera face? Well, here it is, all politically correct and spaced out. Everybody wearing a mask. Can you believe this horseshite? Guys, I'm over this stuff. We have a lot of problems here on Earth, even if this was real. What have we ever gotten out of space other than Tang, a freeze-dried orange drink that sucks? You know, they used to say that we got pharmaceuticals, Rich. We got pharmaceuticals from outer space because of the weightlessness of outer space. Absolute bunk. So anyway, I just want to show this because someone will say, no, they weren't wearing masks. They weren't socially distanced.
No, it's because it's a
Way less
sterile
than the normal amount of
place.
people. I guess they can handle it. All of a sudden. Okay, I've been saying forever, wouldn't it be so cool to have a continuous shot, a camera facing down, a camera facing up? These are just simple things that should be done. Should be very easy to do.
Why?
We don't
Why do you
even
want
get
camera facing up.
a minute. We don't even get 10 seconds of a continuous shot.
Going up.
Don't believe me?
Don't see anything.
Let's start it up. Oh, we got about a second of the launch, and then we came to a close-up. Now we're back far away again. Let's see how far we
depends
can
which
see this
stream
do
you're
this.
watching, mate.
Oh, far away again, different
they cut
camera.
cameras.
Yeah.
And I
You know,
think
like in
it's
a
about
film or
2 minutes, 30 seconds into this, somewhere like that. The thing is already horizontal. Not going into space, it's horizontal. Doesn't take long. SSDD, if you know what that means. Yeah, most of you know what that means.
No, what's that mean?
So let's go to let's switch cameras again on them. Let's go. Let's continue. Well, let's take a look at it for another 20 seconds. See how it's going? Starting to go horizontal. Like they all do.
Yeah, it goes horizontal and then it comes back down again.
Yeah.
Now it's really going horizontal. By about 1 minute 45 seconds, there we go, 136. It's still heading up, but it's getting there, isn't it? What is this, like a little steering wheel? It just kills me, man.
What an idiot.
And not only are they going more horizontal, but the altitude is actually going up faster. So how is that possible? Maybe it is. Maybe I don't understand the physics of space. That's what people will say.
The visual clues are there for you.
That is
You
quite
don't
right.
understand angles.
Just play that back another 10 seconds, Terry, and you'll hear exactly what his problem is. Just go back 10 seconds or so and listen to what he says.
But on those plumes of gases coming out because the atmosphere is a lot thinner and less oxygen doesn't mean anything?
The atmosphere is less dense, and it all spreads
so
out
it
more. The higher
expands
it
out.
goes, the more it spreads out.
That doesn't mean anything.
But just listen to what he says. He hits the nail
I'll
on
try.
the head.
I'll try.
Going up faster. So how is that possible? Maybe it is. Maybe I don't understand the physics of space. That's what people will say. I guess
There
I
you
don't.
go.
Exactly.
Perfect.
There you go.
Exactly why he doesn't
Oh,
understand
well.
what's going on.
2 minutes and 7 seconds. They still can't go up anymore. Oh, but now all of a sudden we
What
get
do they
this.
need
Why
to
did
go
we
up
have
for?
this shot on the?
Why do they need to keep going straight up? What, they're going straight up? Where?
Going straight up is remarkably inefficient.
Yes, it
Indeed,
is.
it is.
Very inefficient.
Which is why they don't do it.
Left the whole stinking way up. Huh? Now that doesn't look like anything close to horizontal to me. Doesn't look like anything we see on the right.
Perspective.
It's not horizontal.
But
it's
I guess I'm just beating the dead
angles.
horse because people will argue that away.
Hello, Ozzie.
You're not going to argue this thing at the end. Well, they will.
Three-dimensional
Stupidity
geometry.
always rules.
Yeah.
Now, take a look
Maybe
at
I
this.
don't
Shaking
understand
of the
space
bag.
physics.
Whatever it is.
Hello.
Aluminum foil. Why is it doing that in the void of space? There are 106, 107, 108 nautical miles into space. Should be no atmosphere. Why is it doing that?
They're not.
Well, Rich, the heat
Vibration.
goes in all directions in the vacuum of space. So
No,
it's
hang on, mate.
all that
If
is
they're
going up
108
really.
miles up.
Yeah. 108 miles isn't
Oh no, he
what I
said
would call
kilometers.
space.
He said 108 kilometers. That's nowhere near the edge of space. It's still in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
60
It's only
miles.
just past the Kármán line.
60 miles. Yeah. It's still in that. Well, they've still got atmosphere there.
And they've still got an atmosphere. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to do some work on the GRACE satellites, and we have to factor in the air resistance that they encounter, and they're at an altitude of 400 to 500 kilometers. So it's still a factor. It's not like it's vacuum until you get way out.
5 minutes. We need a soundbite. People are saying in this.
Oh, the sound bite, that bit, yeah.
Of
Is that
him
what's
saying.
going on? Keep that in mind for later. The heat goes in all
the
directions.
vibration from the engine.
Yeah,
Of course.
and that's the other point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that there are mechanical resonances happening. You're pumping a huge amount of fuel through this thing, and that requires exerting, some portions of the machinery exerting forces on other portions of the machinery. You're going to have sort of mechanical vibrations of some sort in this, I think.
Energy's still got to go somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still got to go somewhere. Having said that so authoritatively, I hope that Phil Bell doesn't embarrass me in that because I'm not a rocket scientist by any stretch of the imagination. And
Or where that foil is wrapped around, isn't it actually sealed as well? The foil's actually
It's made
sealed
to
to the,
just protect it from.
Yeah, but it's technically sealing.
It may well be sealed, and of course, there may well be some venting going on into whatever that's. If there's any gas that vents in there, of course it's going to try and blow out as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's not designed to hold pressure, but if some gas gets vented in there for some reason,
yeah,
the Mylar film is going to get buffeted around by that. I'm not saying that is why it is causing it, but there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Well, I think the key thing is that we've identified at least 3 alternative mechanisms, and he's gone for it's just fake. And not only is it just fake, not only is it just fake, it's clumsily fake, because he knows a priori that bag, whatever it does, shouldn't move. Yeah.
Weight of space. There are 106, 107, 108 nautical miles into space. Should be no atmosphere. Why is it doing that?
Oh, he's changed it
Well,
to
Rich, the
nautical miles
heat
now.
goes in all directions in the vacuum of space. So it's all that is going up. Really? Is that what's going on?
Heat doesn't go anywhere.
Keep that
in
in mind
space,
for later.
mate.
The heat goes in all directions. That's your only excuse. Oh gosh, there's something I didn't even notice before.
No, he got that wrong. In space, it
Watch
doesn't
the
go anywhere.
specs over here.
Yep.
Gotta wait for the camera. See how the Earth is getting flat?
Have you seen the motion?
Flatter and flatter. It's getting ready to go concave on us. All right,
Oh,
here we
look.
go. I think this is about it. Oh yeah, look at that.
Curve.
It is not coming from the direction of the rockets. Can you believe this?
Yes, because there's
Meanwhile,
debris in
in
space.
the cockpit, the
Duh.
astronauts are still watching their cartoon Earth. Again, look at all this. It's got to be from the heat, right? Although heat shouldn't have
Shame you
any
never met
effect on it
Buzz
with that
Aldrin, isn't
atmosphere. Otherwise, why is it moving? Keep that in mind. Now we're going to watch the one on the right. This is the one, the rocket, part of the rocket that supposedly comes back down and lands on a certain spot. This time it's going to land on a moving ship on the wall.
No, I don't think that I Still Love You is actually moving when it lands on it, does it? I think it's actually anchored.
No, it's not moving. It's
No.
stationary.
And when I saw this, I was like, this is going to be hard to fake. When you see the
What, do
ship,
you
I'll
think
show you the
this boat
ship.
is flying around like
And
mad trying to find
but anyway,
out where it's
they're getting
gonna
ready
land?
to fire the rocket
Yeah.
to slow it down so it can land back down. So let me get to that
No
point where
shit.
it's doing that. Because it's doing the same thing on the right side. This is in the atmosphere. So remember, the heat goes in all directions, right? Keep that in mind. How
Seems you
hot must
cannot
that be
listen
to slow that so much that it's going
Red
to just gently
actually
land
taking
on one spot
and
in the ocean?
re-landing.
Look at the inferno
Does
of
he
that flame.
think? How much is
Why
this
is
Very important.
weigh
Please
when it's
remember
empty?
that.
6, 7 ton?
Okay, we're getting
That-
ready to switch to
that
the,
module?
I think it's called And I Love You.
course I
This
still love
is
you.
just getting too sickening. Here we go. Here's the ship, and I'm looking at this live when it's going on. I'm like, this is going to be hard to do because the ship is actually moving forward with waves and everything.
It's not moving.
So, oh, by the way, let me stop it for a moment. You're getting this. How are you getting this TV signal from a ship out at sea? It's through a satellite.
Through satellites?
What? It's questioning how
Satellite?
you're getting footage from it.
Satellite.
And this guy
Satellites.
served in the Navy.
Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got
it
a
sounded
cable.
like he was going to address the satellite claim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they-
that's what it seemed like.
they've
yeah.
got a cable connected from the shore, ain't they? Anyone
long,
knows that.
12 mile long cable. Oh,
Yeah, that's what them big wheels are on there for.
that's some Ethernet cable.
Yeah.
Oh, let's hear it.
Right? Just like out in space, they're changing directions. They're going almost horizontal. They're going all kind of crazy ways. We don't lose any signal from them. We keep getting the signal just perfect. We see that engine burning, and we see the Jiffy Pop aluminum foil going back and forth like it's in the wind or from heat going in all directions. Here's the thing. If heat's going in all directions, then how can you steer the rocket? The force has got to be put in one direction.
Oh my god.
But hey, what do I know? I'm not a physicist.
I just want to stop
So
there.
They use the
because
steering wheel.
What the fuck did he just say?
He said this twice, and I'm convinced that he thinks that it's the heat that is doing the propulsion.
Yeah, I know. That's just
and it's he has no understanding whatsoever of how rockets actually work.
Isn't it the
How they
thrust?
provide thrust.
Yeah.
He considers it to be heat. Heat is an important factor here, and and it is I don't even know how you arrive at that conclusion. But
So if I put liquid oxygen into a cylinder and then knock the top of it off, and that cold air is coming out, it's not going to move that cylinder.
Yeah.
Mad, as somebody who works with compressed gases occasionally, please don't do that with liquid oxygen. Please do that with compressed breathing air, because I don't want you to die in a big fireball.
No, but he's talking about heat. He needs heat to produce
Oh, we like
the
Mr.
thrust.
Magnify it.
And if you use oxygen, which is like minus 100 and something odd, is it?
Oh,
70, 180.
It's quite liquid oxygen. Yeah, it's quite cold.
Yeah, or liquid
minus
nitrogen.
180.
Let's say liquid nitrogen is even colder.
Well, apparently the only reason I put food in my saucepans is to keep them down on the stove.
This guy's a nut job. Oh, you need heat to have produced thrust. No, you don't. You need pressure.
I just want to correct the advice that Alan gave you, which was if you're going to do that with liquid oxygen, don't do it with breathing oxygen. If you are going to do it with liquid oxygen, my advice is to film it and put the camera far enough back that we can have a look at the footage. So,
exactly.
As a public service, I feel you owe us all that much.
You ought to see your
Tony,
bar.
I did say do it with breathing air, not liquid oxygen.
Yeah.
Because the breathing air won't actually explode, but there's a good chance that you knock that top off of a liquid oxygen tank, it's going to go bang.
That's why I changed it to liquid nitrogen.
Yeah,
I know of somebody who put liquid oxygen in something that was supposed to have breathing air. The ever so tiny amounts of lubricating grease that were in there on the seals and other moving components in the mechanism were enough that when they released the liquid oxygen into it, when they released the oxygen into it, because it wasn't liquid at that point, it was just compressed
gas,
a compressed gas, but it was pure oxygen. The device went kaboomy. Unfortunately, the guy was holding it in his hands at the time.
Ow.
That's why they normally use brass fittings, so they don't produce sparks. Yeah.
Yeah, he was very lucky. He didn't actually lose any fingers.
Right. Well, yeah.
Okay, you digress.
I'm like, this is really going to be hard to fake. And remember the video I just recently did about satellites being fake? They're like, how do you think satellites work on a ship, Rich? Okay, let's see how satellites work on a ship when we want to see this thing land on the ship. Here we go.
It doesn't.
It's coming down.
Out, dickhead.
It's going to
The
splash
big
down soon.
chopping bloody rocket boosters coming
And
back.
I've already noticed that there's some issues with the clouds after this thing lands, but I'm not going to get into that. Oh, what? Let me pause it. Of course, I still love you. Loss of signal. The ship-to-shore satellite video connection has been lost. Video should automatically resume when the connection is restored. Yeah, when the fakeness is put back in. Unbelievable. Now, when have you ever seen a so-called satellite break, like when you're watching CNN or Fox News or NBC News, when they lost of signal, you get these squiggles. No second.
I think we would lose the signal.
We're not on the ship
fucking rocket
anymore,
getting hit you.
but we will be. There it is. It landed.
They filmed these things
About it the
landing
first time.
from the drone ship.
Glowbusters called.
They filmed them from a drone flying nearby, and they've also filmed from the camera on board the first stage, landing on the drone ship. These things have been filmed from every which way they can, and these idiots are still going, "Oh, look, it's fake because it cut out."
And you can
watch it. All the time.
The problem is that they don't like it because they can't watch it live.
Yeah, they can. They can go to Cape Canaveral and watch them land there.
But they don't seem to understand that the rate of change, the rate of change of role of the ship as that thing comes down onto it is such that it's going to be too much for the communication link to the satellite to keep up with.
Well, hell yeah.
Just a
That's
bit.
an excellent point. So yeah.
But they have occasionally successfully filmed it.
Yeah.
Without the
yes.
interruption of signal.
Yeah, we
It
have
does
to-
happen.
we
It
have
just
to.
Well,
occasionally it cuts
I'm
out.
almost certain they would have recorded it. They just wouldn't have They wouldn't have been able to transmit it.
Yeah.
It's all been recorded. Yeah, I mean, you could get. I'm sure you could now go back and find video of that actually landing on the drone ship because it's not affecting the camera; it's just affecting the comms link.
I have watched it live
signal.
land on the drone ship. It
Yeah.
has
Yeah,
happened.
I've
so have
watched
I.
it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
It has-
watch
it has
them,
been
go to
done.
Florida and watch them there, land there with your own eyes without
Very
a camera.
pretty much.
But they won't do that, will they?
No.
Oh no.
I don't think you're allowed to watch it land on the ship, and if you're out at the ocean.
No, you
there's
can't see it on the
explosion.
ship. No.
No, they have quite a cleared area around it, and
Yeah.
obviously so because sometimes it does miss.
Yeah. It's something like 20 or 50 kilometers.
So, yeah,
So-
you don't want one of them coming down on top of you. That's going to
Try
ruin
to
your
imagine
day.
one of them trying to land inside a little 13-foot boat.
I mean, and I have a minor insight
You'd look
into-
up, and you'd look up and see it coming and going, "Hey, Captain, I think we need a bigger boat."
Well, if you're on your private boat with your little kid, you go, Dad, I think your rocket's returning.
I have a minor insight into just how difficult this is to make that thing land, because back in '95 when I was finishing my bachelor's degree in electronic engineering, one of my fellow students, his project was to build software that could balance a broomstick from the bottom.
Cool.
Right. And he didn't actually manage to get it to work.
No.
Because that's that's a trivial. You think, well, what was the point of trying to make something that could balance a broomstick from the bottom? Well, now 20 years later, we see SpaceX essentially doing just that.
Yeah.
The ability to the control processes are essentially exactly the same.
Right.
There's a hole in the boat now.
But I think that just the ease with which they just go to incredulity and the assertion that you'd have to be an idiot to believe that. They're just invoking conspiracy theories. The world is out to deceive them and put one over on them, and everything's terrible and nobody's and they're the only people smart enough to see through it all. It's
and they can't tie their shoes up.
Yeah. Yes. And they've got no idea. It's stupid that the rockets turn over onto their sides. Really? Have you tried designing a rocket path into orbit? Do you know how it's done? Do you know what the forces are? How to minimize fuel consumption? They don't know how complicated any of this stuff is, and they don't appreciate it either.
I wonder if Professor Phil knows anything about that.
They probably don't understand.
He might do. I've gotten the impression he does know at least one or two things that I don't.
I think he knows a little bit more than that, than what I know.
Yes, I left out the 1 or 2 million. But anyway, yeah.
You just left.
They had a
few
white
bolts off,
landing pad and a black landing pad, and they both landed on the same white one. And then they switched it in the video feed later, but somebody caught it and kept the feed. So let's just see what happened here.
Oh, was that the time when they did a Falcon Heavy landing and they accidentally put this, instead of putting the left and the right feed up either side, they put the same feed in both channels?
Yeah, they did that
because somebody
on the live
couldn't
feed.
use OBS.
Yeah, they did that. The actual live feed, because I did watch it live at the time. They made a couple of mistakes. That was one of them, and another one. when they released the payload shroud and the David Bowie starts playing. They got their timing wrong on that. I think they were still in the studio when the music started. So there were a couple of cock-ups along the way, but hey, you know, what do you expect?
I don't know. Hello, Professor Pineapple. Come and teach us about space and pineapples.
I want to go back to when we lost the feed. Check this out. Now, how fast or slow does this thing have to come down and land on a moving ship? All right. So, come on. All right, here we go. 9:17. No sign of this rocket coming down anywhere.
Well, no, it's above you. Duh. Hello.
Right. 18, 19, 20, 21. So at 21, we lose signal. 21 seconds after. 21 seconds. And guess what? At 31, we get it back. In 10 seconds.
And you could.
So this thing had to be going.
Maybe see the bottom, what, 6-7 meters, maybe. You know, there's not a lot of that booster showing in that film.
No,
in
there
that
isn't,
frame,
is there?
because vertically the frame isn't very high at all. So you ain't going to see very much in that camera until the thing actually lands on the damn deck.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's
going at a pretty rapid clip. But here's what I want you to pay attention to also. There's absolutely no sign of fire, no burn, nothing. The paint is all intact, all over the thing. It looks brand new, like it just came out of the showroom. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. No scars. I'd like to know any
from
paint.
where the legs folded out at the last minute for it to land on.
Exactly.
It was all that white colour where the legs were when it took off.
Yeah, I mean, directly between the legs and directly above the legs, it's all black. And they moan about the fact that it goes up white and comes down black.
And then they complain when you can't be.
I again starting to feel the need to smash my face into my desk.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, I'll hold back from doing it, but it's that urge again.
You don't forget you're on camera though while you're doing it.
That will hold up to that.
Okay.
It's strange how them fold down legs that have
You
to
just
be
can't make
black
this up.
underneath them.
Now,
yeah.
instead of they got the ISS view cartoon of the Earth. Like that's going to help them. You saw them. The astronauts actually were doing nothing. Now we always get something stupid and dumb. Always. Like it's little tiny children.
It's automated.
Stupid and dumb stuff.
I thought it was
so what do we get on this flight?
I thought they only had pilots, astronauts who could fly stuff in
and
there.
Here's something I don't
it's a
understand.
test and they don't want it to
but these things going up and down, why are they going up and down? Is gravity there or it's not there? And they both go up and down at a little bit different rate. So how come if there's microgravity affecting one, it's a little delayed from affecting the other? I don't know. I'm not a gravity expert, so maybe I got nothing there.
Yeah. Perhaps that's why their legs are
Now
strapped
I'm going to resume
down so
this
they don't float away.
in a few seconds, but I want you to know where to look. Alrighty? I want you to look in here. Tell me if you see anything interesting whatsoever. Ready? It'll come in 2 seconds. Oh, there it was. Sorry. They do switch the camera. I forgot about that. So let's go back. Watch right here. And then after this, I will
What a bit of ice.
blow it up again.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Switch the camera. I don't know why they have to keep switching cameras one side to the other, but there it was. Again, if I caught this watching it live, basically the first time, this has just got to be stuff that they're putting in there to see how gullible the people are. So what we're going to do this time is we're going to watch it much slower, and I'm also going to zoom it up. So let me change the playback speed to 1/4, and I'm going to go to 1032 if I can get there. This is, by the way, I'll put a link for this. This is the Fox News feed of this, and it happens at about 10:32, 10:33. So here we go. There it goes. Here it comes. Wait for it. There it was. Ha ha! Mighty Mouse. They have a mouse. A mouse.
What
He
the?
survived the vacuum
It's a
space,
mouse.
so he's Mighty Mouse. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow this up and show it again.
I suppose he can see Jesus' face in a brick wall. can he?
Actually, I don't think you really need to see it
A piece of
again.
toast.
And it's probably not really a mouse, of course, but it does look like one. Maybe it is. Whatever it is, has been sitting here the whole time.
Yeah, it's ice.
Then all of a sudden, it flies off. See that? And goes right into the engine. So it gets sucked into the engine. Correct? So let me ask you this question. If it's just some piece of trash, which obviously this whole Jiffy Pop thing is, breaks off and goes in there, why is it sucked in? We're in the vacuum of space. Why is it sucked into the engine?
What's he on about?
The engine can't be sucking anything in. There's no air to suck in, which is another reason why this thing doesn't work. But it's just a question to ask. Why is it sucked into the engine? It should just fly off in the weightlessness of space. There's no air to suck in. Can't be working on air sucking in. I don't know how you can get around that. They will. I'm not a in-space atmospheric pressure difference scientist, so maybe I've got it wrong.
Exactly. So
Or maybe
shut up.
we're just spending trillions of dollars over all the years, billions each year, on BS like this that gives us absolutely nothing, gives humanity nothing, except for when they were, I didn't finish the thought at the beginning of this video, when they said, and the fantasy
Blah,
continues.
blah,
I think that's
blah,
how
blah,
he put
blah,
it.
blah.
The guy calling the launch. That's all it is. It's just a fantasy.
Couldn't possibly be because the
Just people living in some kind of sci-fi world in their own brain. Meanwhile, we have real problems here on Earth, don't we?
Yes,
And we're
one of
wasting
our
our
real
time
problems
and,
is
more
the
importantly, our resources on
overwhelming
this
failure of the
bullcrap.
education system to detect
So
this
you can
sort of insanity
dismiss
that-
the cartoon Earth that
How did it
the astronauts are looking at. You can dismiss the fact that they went horizontal before 2 minutes was up. You can dismiss the fact that all of a sudden there's a satellite loss when this rocket is supposed to land on the boat, and you can dismiss the fact that they've got the world's best tempered paint that doesn't have any kind of effect. I mean, that thing went through fire going up, a lot of fire going up, and coming down.
Not there, it didn't.
And yet there wasn't
Not there,
a
it didn't.
scratch of not even a hint of
He doesn't
darkening of
realise that
smoke, even
inside that
on the
rocket
paint.
cowl happens to be
And you can
freezing
dismiss the
cold
gravity
fuel to keep
anomalies,
that
and you
nozzle
can dismiss
cool.
it all. But that's what everybody does. Meanwhile, because of that, we're in the situation we're in now,
Can we go a bit
with
more
not only
forward?
this.
Oh, he's nearly finished.
Nearly finished.
Oh, do we have to listen anymore?
Well, I was
It's
just going to say,
He's just going to complain about COVID.
I was just going to say he's dismissed. I'm stopping it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Can we have a look at the comments and see if any normal person's commented?
Any normal
good.
person.
Good suggestion.
Or is it
Yeah.
going to be all flat earthers or are there any?
Yeah, the comments could be interesting, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Only about the mouse.
Morning, casual.
I was talking earlier about how pathetic it was that Level Earth Observer was going through the was pouring through the Apollo mission footage and looking for tiny things that he could quibble with and sort of prop up his derangements. And I felt kind of sorry that he was wasting his life doing that. with this guy, I don't feel sorry for him. It's much the same. He is spending his life, succumbing to a delusion, and I don't feel sorry for him because he seems like a bit of a tool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, a lot of a tool.
Yes.
Res
he is.
Rhetoric actually invited him, paid for trip, to come and watch the boosters landing, and he said no.
Well, he's offered that to several people, and they've all said no.
Yeah.
Never offered me. I'll go. Yes, please.
Oh, this
Also,
is.
he's,
Yeah, go on.
Thrive and Survive's claims to have been a meteorologist in the U.S. Navy are also not correct.
Correct.
He was
a message boy.
He was unrated, and they just employed him in the Met department as a gopher. He had but he had no training whatsoever. He didn't go to the A school.
Well, there's no way a meteorologist can, in any sense, support a flat Earth.
No.
It's.
Why is Professor Bill shouting in the peanut gallery?
It's how it's hydrogen and oxygen burning supposed to produce soot.
It's not. It's not hydrogen.
I thought they used RP1 and oxygen in the engines.
They
Please take
do.
that out of its misery, or maybe
Which will produce a lot of soot.
Yeah, they're basically burning paraffin, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's not hydrogen, Professor Phil.
Okay,
Morning,
where's all? There you go. Where's all the stars?
naked God in the chat. Oh, he's gone.
Where's all the stars gone? Yeah, interesting.
Why isn't it flying at 66 billion miles an hour? Because it doesn't fly that fast.
Oh, the one up further, something about. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why isn't it flying at 66,000 miles an hour?
Because it's traveling at 17. Or thereabouts, I think.
Does he have a lot of subs? Has he got a Patreon? Has he got membership?
But this guy.
Because that's just, yeah, got to be just for the bloody money.
Thrive and Survive. Yeah, he's a Christian, isn't he? Of course, it's just for money.
He's got 52,000 subs.
God love us.
Holy dooly.
Yeah, he's the same guy that's got all the bear and trophies and everything on his wall, isn't he?
Can't remember.
I don't know. He always seems he's another one that always seems to be not at home when you see him live on camera.
Yeah.
He's done a couple of live streams from his house, I think, but he's generally out and about. He stood out in the local park or something in his string vest or whatever you want to call it.
Demon left a comment. Good on you, Demon.
Because I think he's another one who his wife won't let him do it from home mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to talk crap, go out to the car, please.
Yeah. Something like that.
Or words to that effect.
Yeah, just like CC.
Mm-hmm. Still don't understand why the hell he posted that. Why would you post that?
Because he's a flirter.
Idiot.
Yeah.
CC.
Yeah.
I think it was live streaming, so it just went out.
Or his wife posted it. I'll teach
Yeah,
the
I
idiot.
think that might have been. I think that might have been.
Delete forever.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a bit like somebody asking me if I was talking to.
Radar.
Hey, this is Presh Talwalkar reminding you to mind your decisions. In a previous video, I presented this problem.
Oh, that's yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
My cable arrived, Matt. I'm going to play around later.
Trying to find something that I had. Ah, no, that's not the right one.
Good day, mates.
G'day, Blue.
G'day, mate.
Hello, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
Oh,
Your
God.
accent, your
You
accent's
can
not getting
see-
any better, by the way.
You can see why he's got so many followers, this Muppet. There are so many idiots out there who think he's making brilliant videos and raising valid points.
Lord.
And they're just giving him lots of money to talk about this bullshit.
No way, did that rocket land back on that ship? Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Some of them have done it 4 or 5 times now, I think.
Where did they think the rocket came from?
I don't know.
Did it just suddenly emerge?
Don't
I found some other. I found something else we could probably. Remember a while back I did a.
Hey, this is Presh Talwalkar reminding you to
Shut up.
Him again.
We did a.
Hey, this is Planet Walker, just reminding you to turn me off.
We did a math type puzzle with something to do with fluid in a container, in 2 containers, and one had a bit of string and a weight in it or something, and I don't know what I'd done with the image now. I lost it, probably lost it. But I was looking around. This is not the video either, but there's other ones like that out there, and I'm gonna see if I can find some more like it, because I did find one that I was going to use tonight, but I can't find it. The one I was going to show, similar type thing. They're interesting puzzles. They're just you just have to work out your own logic and not too mathematically too much into it. Just the basics.
Can I ask the peanut gallery something? Terry?
What do you want to ask them?
Yeah. How many people in the peanut gallery got a broken like button?
Oh, this is Alan's channel. It doesn't matter.
Hello, Blue.
9 out of 33.
I think I already done it.
I don't know how many have we got.
9. 9 likes out of 34 watching.
We've got no dislikes. Well, that's good.
Yeah. Professor Pineapple, you're slow today.
Yeah, we've got 34 watching, so 9 likes. Come on. Come on, a couple of more likes just to keep Alan happy. You don't want to see Alan when he's not happy.
No,
I open up the YouTube homepage and don't see my own live stream mentioned.
That's good. That
my recommend, and I don't even come up as streaming. Oh no, I won't be in my subscriptions, will I? I usually see. I usually see my channel being live in the recommended thing.
Let's have a look at mine.
I bet you I've helped you with your watchtowers lately, though, Alan.
Oh yeah, you definitely helped me with my watch hours lately.
Yeah.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 Ozzie perspectives going live.
I just need 688 more subs.
Well, I haven't got you in my recommended list.
You're almost there, Alan.
Ooh. No, you wouldn't like Alan when he's mad. It's scary.
Yeah.
No, that's just when.
Don't make me hungry. You won't like me when I'm hungry. Oh, there it goes. Look. Right at the last second, it all sort of dum pop.
No, it's going to blow the ship up.
Yeah.
Don't fall off. Don't fall off.
And there is one from on board the first stage itself. That view down past the grid pins.
Brilliant. God, I would love to see that.
And then they're going to laugh at this because they're going to say, "Oh, how did they sell that out there?" And it is. It's towed. It's a barge.
There's a horizon.
Yeah.
And it landed with that swell too, so that's pretty good. That's going pretty good.
That is pretty good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's not the most stable thing I've ever looked at.
No.
No, it isn't. I was waiting for it to fall over, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, Alan.
Yeah. You're now making me think of John Thor saying, when
Go
on.
So you're making me think of
John John
John
Paul.
Shaw, Inspector.
I've just realized. Damn! I ended up with the live stream audio in my ear, which was why I couldn't say anything because I kept hearing it going around. I was going to say, Pip, you just made me think of John Thor and Dennis Waterman being nasty to a suspect. Yeah, we're the Sweeney and we haven't had any lunch.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a pasting.
Why is that playing that? Play all the others.
I preferred the version they did on the Far Show. Oi, you, put your knickers on and make me a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And whatever, it was called John Actor, and whatever he was in, he played the same character. Even when he was a vet and he was there to help a cow who was having trouble calving, and he just rolls his sleeves up and says, "Right, you get some hot water. You put your knickers on and make me a cup of tea." And then he goes to ram his hand right up the cow, and that's where they freeze it. What was the character's bloody name? Because he was called John Actor, and John Actor is, and it was Inspector this and Doctor that. Monkfish, that was it, Inspector Monkfish. Oh, you put your knickers on and make me a cup of tea.
Sure. Or that's oh God, what's his name?
I think that was the Far Show, wasn't it?
Mitchell and Webb?
No.
No, they did the Far Show.
Yeah.
No, Mitchell and Webb did something totally different. The Far Show was a spin-off from Harry Enfield. It was Paul Whitehouse.
Yeah,
Because Paul Whitehouse
that's him.
wrote all the funny stuff for Harry Enfield.
I like the gardener.
Oh, and the drainage in the lower field.
Yeah, I like the gardener. And the posh guy.
So
yeah, because the posh guy got a crush on him, hadn't he?
Hilarious.
Yeah, was it Ted, wasn't it? Wasn't it Ted?
Yeah.
Ted was like the handyman, gardener, landscaper, whatever you want to call it. I don't know about that, sir. I've got to go and sort out the drainage in the lower field.
Notice that line 10 SpaceX boosters. I don't know what.
No, I've seen that one a few times. That's when they were how shall we say, sorting out the landing of the boosters. And it shows all of the cock-ups, all of the mistakes.
How not to land an orbital booster.
Yes, that's quite a good one.
How not to land a booster.
Yes.
First soft water landing.
Yes. It took them quite a few goes before they got it to work properly.
Oh, funny.
Which is hardly surprising.
Oopsie.
Well, if you look through NASA's list of times that they stuffed up, they have had some pretty major stuff ups, and for people who are faking it all, you've got to wonder why there are so many catastrophic or near catastrophic ways of buggering the entire mission that they seem to have worked their way through encyclopedically.
Yeah, funny that, eh?
There was one of the Mars probes where they did an update, where they did a firmware update and bricked it.
Yes.
If they're faking this, why does that sort of thing happen? I don't know. I don't understand.
No, because if they're faking it would go swimmingly all the time, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or the Open University crashing a probe into Mars instead of soft landing it.
Yes, bless them. All those years they spent working on it and they just pranged it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pranged it.
Yeah, but that's the way it goes, I'm afraid.
Milton Keynes University.
That's why you should only ever use SI units. You people in your 3959 miles, SI units.
Look, we have to work in both over here.
We were working in SI units.
Yeah, but we have to work in both because there are still. I mean, if you measure distance in kilometres, I can't picture it. But if you said, "Oh, it's 6 miles down the road," I can picture that straight away. But if you said whatever that is in kilometres, and I couldn't tell you, say you said
about 10
kilometres, I ain't got a clue. Wouldn't know.
Yeah. But the funny thing
is, it's about 6 miles. Easy enough.
No.
Oh, 6 miles. I can picture that. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the UK, it's illegal to on public signages on the roads. It is illegal to use meters and kilometres. You have to use imperial units.
Is it?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh wow.
That's why we still have miles per hour. And
Yeah.
distances, anything to do with the roads, it's all still the old imperial.
Well, I go in the
No
bowling.
wonder it's no wonder you lost the empire. Let's
I go out the bowling green and say, how far short is that? It's a yard, 2 yards.
Because some councils started putting up sort of finger signs in town centres and putting it in meters, and there was somebody going around who would go and paint the metric out and paint it in yards. Because everybody was moaning about him vandalising it, and somebody pointed out that, well, yeah, but the council the signs were actually illegal because the council should have painted them in yards in the first place.
Yeah. It is difficult because it's just still so many parts of life over here in the UK that still work and think in imperial. And I think it's still going to take us another generation or two before we get rid of it.
Yeah, I have to admit that I still think of sort of a person's height in feet and inches.
Yeah. Yeah. Same here.
But but if you're working scientifically, really, you should be using SI units.
Yeah, I mean the industry I work in construction, and particularly this does apply in construction. When you're looking at pipe, we would generally say, oh, that's a 3-inch pipe, that's a 4-inch pipe, because it varies depending on what material it's made out of. If I say 1-inch pipe, it could either be 28 mil or 25 mil. Is it copper or is it steel? And so you'd so often sort of say, oh, what size is that? Oh, right, that's a 4-inch pipe. So you're going to need X number of 4-inch weld neck flanges, 90-degree bends, blah, blah, blah. And you go, oh, yeah, 4-inch, blah, 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 blah. Because you just got used to working in inches, because that way you didn't need to worry about what bloody material the pipe was made of, particularly when you're surveying an existing building. Oh, that's a 3/4-inch pipe. Because you can tell just by looking at it how big it is, whether it's steel or copper. Yeah, but you just got used to working in imperial all the bloody time. It was so much easier.
Why is the internals metric?
Of course, it also complicates things because steel pipe is the internal diameter, copper pipe is the external diameter. But if it's carbon steel, which is what they use for press fit fittings, that's given as external diameter too.
Yeah.
Even though it's not copper. And then of course you include plastic. Oh God.
I have to say that nothing that you're describing is the fault of the units.
No.
It's the issue comes if you're calculating, force per unit area or or how much a particular volume of a particular substance weighs or something like that. It is so much easier to be working in metric than it is to be working in imperials.
Everything was SI. When I was still like a junior engineer, when I was still learning, I was doing a fair bit of hospital work, and they were still using steam. And the guy who was sort of keeping an eye on what I was doing, because he was the steam guy, he would often ask me, oh, okay, well, what sort of boiler size do we want? And I'd sort of tell him what it was in kilowatts. And he said, no, real numbers. What's it in BTUs? What? Hang on, what's the conversion factor for kilowatts to BTU? Yeah, and everything. It was, pressures were in PSI and even the temperatures.
Yeah.
I'll tell him the temperature. Go, what's that in Fahrenheit? I go, what's bloody Fahrenheit?
It was Fahrenheit. Well, I don't know. I just made it up.
But that also explains why most, certainly up until the last 10 or 15 years, heating systems, you had a flow and return temperature of 81 and 72 degrees C. And you think, well, they're weird bloody numbers. But if you convert them into Fahrenheit, it's something like 160 and 180.
Yep.
Yeah. And when you was working in Fahrenheit, they were clear logical numbers. As soon as you start working in Celsius, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, why is there an 11-degree delta T? Why is it 7182? Well, because in Fahrenheit it was 160-180. But boom, nice and easy.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
Well, it's why they crashed their probe into Mars rather than or rather than landing.
they were 3 yards out. That's what it was.
One of their subroutines was putting. Well, there was one case where one of their subroutines was outputting velocity in feet per second rather than meters per second,
Blimey.
which is what the receiving subroutine was expecting. So they had a unit incompatibility.
That's quite a difference.
Yeah, that is quite a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised at that because, like I say, even the engineering I do, which really isn't, it's simple stuff, but all the calculations are in SI units. You know.
Yeah.
Generally, it's 20 degrees delta T, and it's all kilograms and kilowatts and kilojoules.
Yeah. Professor Phil in the side chat has just noted it cost them $200 million to crash the Vikram on the moon last September.
Bloody hell!
I
Well, they
could have
made
done
it
it cheaper for you, Phil.
Yeah, they made it.
I could have crashed
like
that for
those-
a lot less money.
It's like those guys who get paid enormous amounts of money to go and lose a boxing match, right? You know.
Yeah.
I could have lost that boxing match for considerably less money. You know,
as long as you wanted me out in the first round.
That's right.
That's all I could guarantee. I'll be out in the first. Yeah, the first thump. That's it. I'm out. Bye.
I wouldn't necessarily. I don't think Phil Bell would be terribly impressed by how close a rocket I designed actually got to the moon. It would probably be a lot further away than the Vikram ended up being when it crashed. So
yeah, they got a very good look at the moon, didn't it?
yeah.
What's up, Stefano?
Well, I mean, the same thing happened to the Israeli one, right?
Yep. Yeah. So far, only in recent years, only the Chinese have managed it, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, but even so, you look at the sheer complexity of the endeavor, and the and the amount of work that has to go into it. It's just phenomenally impressive that they get that close at all. Like, but again, they don't allow themselves to be impressed by anything.
Chad.
Whee!
Is your avatar, the people's avatars, changing in weird and wonderful ways?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they do change.
If you've got a program called OBS or some other program that allows you to have a virtual camera, you can feed anything you like in as your video feed.
Right. Okay.
So
don't need OBS now on Zoom. It does it itself.
No, I've done it to my.
If you've got a video in your video folder, you can go down into where it's got down your bottom lower corner there, where you can go click on the arrow next to your video camera thing, choose virtual background, and then you can go in and search, pick a video of something.
A video or a file.
Yeah.
I use a virtual camera so that I can do things like put slideshows in.
And I have a green wall behind me, which is handy.
I just use their non-green screen thing to put the control room behind me.
Yeah.
As long as you've got enough light in your room. I can't do it because for some reason I've got a problem with light.
I'm
you can't find a light switch. That's what's wrong with
I'm sitting directly in front of a 1.5 by 1.9 meter window, so no problems with lighting really.
Where's my camera?
Unless it's too much.
Well, you need decent lighting for all them instruments behind you, Alan. really, because you don't want to be pressing the wrong button in there.
Who's Peter Cushing?
That's Gravity Go.
Yeah, that's me. I change my picture all the time.
We have a different
He changes his
be
picture
different
more
next time
times
he
than he
comes.
I didn't
changes.
bother
his
changing
own.
it today.
He'll be Professor Einstein or something like that.
Oh, lost my camera.
Trying to find these math puzzles that I had, where I got that other one from, but I don't know where it
Good
came
Lord.
from.
Really?
No, that's not it either.
I'll sit out for that one.
So,
then.
Marvel, what are you up to with the Cavendish experiment? Are you designing a cabinet?
Blue, you talking to?
Blue.
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 I think.
Blue.
I think we bored.
Blue. Blue. Earth
I
calling.
know.
Earth calling
Yeah,
blue.
he's not, not calling Orson.
There to God. Wake up, God.
I thought you'd prefer a front view,
Wait a
Carl,
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
rather than the rear view.
This is your father. Wake up, Blue.
Blue. Blue. No!
The earth is a sphere, that is all.
I just love the way he it's just slightly jarring to hear sort of articulate, well-constructed scientific thoughts in that Tennessee accent. It's just there's a
It doesn't go well, does it? Doesn't go. You don't think it goes together.
you're sort of expecting, this is
What do you think?
particularly,
I heard that.
Oh, finally, we've been calling out to you.
Had to go do my chores.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, life. Yeah, life.
What's wrong with your drawers?
My drawers? No, chores. No drawers.
They're not mine, they're yours.
Nothing wrong with me drawers.
Was that 4 candles? No, 4 candles.
Yeah. I'm not sure. So I noticed that you use the Benny Hill music in a lot of your videos. Are you that big a fan of sort of British humor that you'd get to Ronnie's references or that sort of thing?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Benny Hill was always one of my favorites.
All right.
That guy was just hilarious. So stupid. You just had to,
he's so stupid.
You just couldn't do anything but laugh.
Yeah, he's apparently he was one of the nicest people you could possibly meet. In reality, like,
He was quite shy.
Yeah.
Well, relative for a comedian, yeah.
But he picked some
But
great
I was asking sort of, and I know you were asked last night. With the Cavendish experiment, sort of, are you going to do a cabinet of sort of similar design, or?
Yeah, actually, very similar. Let's see. I wonder if I could share my screen, which won't help a damn thing if I can't figure out how to turn on AutoCAD. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can show you what I'm doing.
That's okay. Because I'm quite interested. I'm quite interested by it. To tell the truth, I came through. So I am just a pure mathematician. I didn't do physics at university at all. So I actually had not heard of the Cavendish experiment before, say, about 8 months ago, when I started watching Flat Earth debunking. So it's a lot of the stuff.
So you learned more watching about Flat Earth than you have doing your math and everything. Okay.
Well, I am continuing to learn stuff, is how I look at it.
You're doing an Oakley there, Terry. Taking it out of contents.
Well, Tony's got to learn. He's got to learn the tactics.
So basically, Tony's doing exactly the same thing Terry's doing, using this flat Earth debunking to learn stuff.
Yeah, I am learning quite a bit. Quite a lot about human psychology, it turns out.
Yes, I have learned that too. I have learned a bit of psychology, yeah.
And I have to say again, there are a bunch of people that sort of I sort of fawn over almost unceasingly, and Keela is one of them because I think she, her attitude towards, her explanations of how conspiracy theories work and reel people in, I find actually really enlightening because I have trouble working out how people work. They seem weird and counterintuitive to me. And Blue Marble Science is another, and Conspiracy Cats is another. Just the way they blend sort of real technical knowledge that again informs me in ways that I hadn't previously imagined. But they also blend it with perhaps Benny Hill levels of humor that I find that I just find endlessly amusing because I'm a child at heart. They've got that sort of combination that really appeals to me. I am still interested in this Cavendish cabinet though, so
Yeah, I
any
was going
day
to
now.
show it to you. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
you only need a bit of wood and a couple of balls and a bit of string. How hard could it be?
Did you see the footage of that guy trying to do it with dumbbells, like kettle?
Yeah,
kettlebells.
kettlebells.
Kettle weights.
Dingleberry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
we've watched that.
Dingleberry.
We've seen that a few times. That one.
Hello. Yeah. Trying to see what's going on here.
He's surpassed that
Well, for
though.
some-
He surpassed that one though by trying something else. I forgot what that was on that video he did.
For some reason, AutoCAD is not cooperating with me.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what's happened.
Then
But yeah,
I'll,
just to give you a rundown on it. Yeah, it's about a 2/3 size version of what Cavendish did.
Yep.
His balance beam, his torsion beam was about 6 feet long. I'm going to let mine be about 4 feet.
Okay.
Just because I really don't have that much physical space.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to try to keep it as similar to what Cavendish did as I can.
All right.
I'm going to make the cabinet out of some sapele, just to be a smart ass. Torsion beam is about 6 feet long. I'm going to let mine be about.
Okay. Well, I'm keen to see how it goes. Obviously I've seen some sort of conceptual recreations, but I'm looking forward to sort of you stepping through it in greater detail.
Should be a lot of fun. It really should.
Hmm.
A lot of people have done it. I want to actually get some usable data. Hopefully, something close to what Cavendish got.
Yeah.
A lot of people have done it just to try to show the undeniable effect that mass does attract mass.
Yeah.
It's many times, but it's even better if you can reproduce the results.
Yeah, that's true. For me, sort of, there's so much stuff that gravimetric mineral exploration just doesn't work if you don't have mass attracting mass.
That's right.
And companies spend a lot of money getting that done. It's not cheap, but it's worthwhile because it gives them useful results and guides them to sort of profitable locations to test for all. So
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, and if it wasn't a thing, they wouldn't be spending the money, nor would they be having the success that they have.
Yeah, that's right. And people who were trained in this thing would just be unemployable because the companies would just say, "Well, you're useless." So we're going to go with something else.
I'm sure it's quite a tedious thing that they do. And
Yeah,
doing something like Cavendish is certainly a very tedious endeavor.
yeah.
I think that's
well, sorry.
The flat earthers all seem to have about a 30-second attention span in the first place.
Yep.
It confuses them. They can't even wrap their heads around the idea that somebody could work on something for an entire damn day, much less an entire damn year.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's in real life. That's what happens. That's what we do.
Yeah. And it's, sort of sitting down, sort of the guy earlier on who was, just incredulous about rockets going up and, why did they turn over on their side like that? He's done none of the physical analysis that needs to go on to work out what an optimal trajectory into orbit is. He doesn't have the skills to do it, and even if he did have the skills, he doesn't have the patience to apply them.
No, that's right. A certain amount of work is actually required.
Yeah. Whereas they think it, they kind of seem to take the attitude that they can just apply their intuition, and the answer will come to them in like 2 seconds flat. And if it takes any longer than that, they're not interested.
That's true.
I'm doing a lot of talking, and most other people have gone very, very quiet. I'm suspicious.
Because you're talking.
Yeah, you two are having a conversation. We kind of leave you to it.
Okay.
I was going to try to cheat. I was trying to cheat and find Blue's picture on my previous stream, but I haven't been able to find it. So. Because I can't remember which stream it was.
What did I do?
You did share it on one of the streams about a couple of weeks back, or a week back or something, and I thought if I could find that, at least we've got an image.
Of the experiment, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, the experiment, yeah.
Yeah, you shared it, but I can't find it. I thought I could find it while you were talking, but that's such luck.
It looks as if I'm going to have to reload AutoCAD.
Ooh.
I don't know what happened.
Well, such is life. In the meantime, is it Pie Parrot or is it Pip?
Yeah, Pie Parrot. Just call me Pip.
Pie Parrot. Pip. Okay.
Yeah, Pip for sure.
Yeah, you're going. Pip is going through avatars at an amazing rate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's very lifelike, that one, by the way.
Thanks, Dad.
I put my video on, but the green screen wasn't playing well.
Okay.
John Rapp is being very naughty. Pip, he wants you to quick define Coriolis in 10 words or less.
without using science or NASA or mathematics or demonstration.
I can do that.
Or YouTube.
I bet you can do it in full.
It's that which a flat earther does not understand.
Yeah. Yeah, what they said.
That's a non-unique identifier.
Yeah, that's pretty much everything, isn't it?
Yeah. It's basically conservation of momentum, right?
Yeah, angular momentum.
Yep.
Stuff goes one way and stuff goes the other way.
You can do it in four words: conservation of angular momentum.
Yeah.
And they'll go, what?
Oh, look what I found.
There it is.
There it is.
I said I learned stuff. I didn't say I remembered
There it is. That's the
Important distinction there. Though, if you don't remember it, in what sense have you learnt it?
I haven't.
Okay, there you go.
I have learnt it. I do know what it is.
Do
But
you want me to play the
can't put it in words.
play the audio with this, and then you can hear the description too? So this will be Blue telling Tony about his
any of that
experiment.
stuff.
Okay, I'm having a nearly emergency. I'll be right back.
Is there a way we?
Okay. Well, no, that.
Out there, you might hear enough.
Same area that the small weights are in, and that is going to cause some air current movement anytime you move those weights.
BM had another problem being on the 5th floor, that the wire was
Vibration.
picking up any vibration in the building.
Yeah, get vibrations.
Yeah, the other one, he sat there for ages filming the laser tracking just to get it to settle even. That part of the experiment.
Yeah, he didn't have a method of centering that in any particular position. He just had to wait for it to settle. If you look at the way Cavendish did it, they actually have a mechanism. He actually has a mechanism up there that he can slowly turn the torsion wire slightly.
Oh, okay.
To
Yep,
get
I know what you mean.
get the arm centered inside the cabinet. And I've been talking to a guy who's offered to help come up with a way of doing that, so that I'll have the same sort of adjustment.
Motorized or manual? Would it be anything be motorized or be all manual adjustments?
No, I'll do it manual.
Yeah.
Do it manual. You're only going to move that thing in extremely small little increments.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people expect the Cavendish experiment for the torsion bar to sort of like swing a whole motion, a whole lot. But the movement that Cavendish witnessed was only about less than 1/5 of an inch.
Oh, it was very, very small amounts of movement.
Yeah.
How was it that
SI units?
Cavendish actually measured the movement? Did he have a pointer, or did he have
He had a telescope, and he used vernier scales on the ends of the rods.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've left that option open for you guys.
Hang on a second. Let's see if I can get AutoCAD over here on that.
I thought I turned it off, but it should be still working.
Let's see.
Oh, cool.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, I can't see it full screen, but I'll have a look at it another day. I can see it full screen.
Okay, yeah, you can see that's the crosshatch part of it. I've taken a section cut through the enclosure, and that's the torsion beam, which is a little wooden beam that he made, almost like a T section. And that's what these small weights are hanging from. But he had a vernier attached to each end of the beam.
Yeah.
And the vernier would look something like that.
Yep.
Oh wow, that's clever.
So if you know how verniers work, you know.
Sure do.
So obviously you could
0 to 10 in 10 increments on one side, and 0 to 10 in nine of those increments on the vernier side, and now you can read it to about 1/100 of an inch, very accurately, and actually estimated to closer than that if you want to.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You can
And it would go right here on
you could digitize those, couldn't you? Or you can't digitize that setup. That'd have to be mechanical verniers, yeah.
Yeah, you can't attach. Yeah, no, you couldn't digitize it. That well, I won't say you can't. There's probably some way of doing that, but
You could, but
I'll
it'll add a lot
include a
of
little mirror
expense.
in this thing someplace too.
How accurate are
and-
those laser pointers for distances from when you're measuring from to a wall or whatever? How accurate are those machines?
Oh, not.
Depends how much you
I
pay,
don't
how much
think-
you pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's what I was thinking of, something like that. I think the point that I was when we were commenting on this, I kept thinking in the back of my mind, because Blue wants to do this experiment as close, if not identical, to Cavendish's experiment. But I kept on running off into the, because when I helped BM Furball do his Cavendish, we were going through all the laser things and electric motors things and everything. Like it's more modern with some of the attributes to the experiment. So I was sort of leaping ahead to them, trying to modernise it too much. But Blue wants to do it more to a more accurate depiction of when Cavendish did it. But I don't know any other details besides what Blue's actually said or shown.
Okay, so I do have a question. So, how close can you approach the apparatus while you're doing the measurements? Like, how stable does the floor have to be in order for?
I could answer.
Well,
sorry, Blue.
Yeah, the floor would have to. The floor has to be very stable, in my opinion, which is probably one of the problems that that BM Furball was facing, because he was inside a frame structure,
Right.
And the floor in a house or an apartment building or something like that might feel solid to you, but if you were to lay your telephone app accelerometer on it and walk across the room, you'll find out it isn't very stable.
Yeah.
Things move around a lot. Now I'm going to be doing mine in my shop, which is what we used to call it a garage. Now we call it my shop. But it's got a 4-inch concrete slab in there.
To interpret that into our language, Tony, a shed.
A shed.
It melts. A shed. It's a shed, right?
It's a proper shed, though, Blue.
Yeah, I'm going to take every precaution I possibly can to. It is environmentally controlled out there, so that's a big advantage. That was one of the things that Cavendish was fighting from day one.
My shed's environmentally controlled, Blue. I got a window. I open the window up to let fresh air in and close the window when.
That's pretty much what old Henry had too. But all he could do was open the door. And temperature variations are a big deal with this experiment.
What temperature did you say you can keep your shed at?
Oh, I can set it. I can set the system out there to be at whatever I want. I'll make it around. Well, now we're going to get into this centigrade Fahrenheit stuff. Damn it. 70 Fahrenheit for us is around 20 C, I think, for you guys.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Can I make a suggestion?
I don't know. Can you?
You bet.
Yeah. Oh, may I make a suggestion? Should I say? Sometimes when we're doing experiments like that, and we have to worry about static electricity and moisture, a good idea would to get a bowl off that. What do you call it? Those crystals?
Silica gel, yeah. I've got
the silica gel crystals, and put them in a corner somewhere.
Yeah, I'm planning
absorb
on
any moisture.
exactly that. Yeah.
You are doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, terrific. Yeah, it's
I
good.
can get those. You can get those little packets of silica gel.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Is
Anyway,
that you,
hello,
Phil?
Phil.
Yes, it's me.
Oh well, a pleasure to finally be on the same stream as you.
Oh, yes, we
awesome.
have a
Thank
new
you.
recruit. We
Me
have a
too.
new recruit, Phil. Tony.
Yeah. Hey, Tony.
Going
G'day,
through his
Phil.
he's going through his initiation process.
Oh, okay.
I did the
Yeah.
after show with Mind of God after you debated him.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Did you watch that show?
Oh, I did watch that show. Yes.
Yeah. I thought I'd lend a bit of humour there.
You did. I have to say, I was impressed with how temperate and polite you were through it all. Because I actually found him quite frustrating.
You did?
It was. I could imagine.
Go figure.
Yeah. I could imagine a few people were ready to thump their screens in.
Yes, yeah. It was and I think that some of the stuff that he did was actually deliberately provocative. But so your equanimity throughout was really admirable. I don't think I would be capable of it under almost any circumstances.
I just always hang in the back of my mind. If you make the person upset, you can't teach someone if you make them upset first.
Well, that's almost certainly true. But you can't teach someone who doesn't want to be taught either. It would be,
absolutely. Yeah.
and that
That's
was
very, very true.
That was more the vibe I got from him.
Well, this is really strange because I've got another Zoom thing over there, which I'm about to start a class with, and I'm talking to this Zoom one over here. So I'm going to have to keep quiet on yours while I listen, while I pay attention to what these guys are saying.
All right.
Okay.
You seem to be teaching classes at all sorts of weird hours.
Yeah.
So.
Well, because this is in India, it's only 5 o'clock over there.
Oh, okay.
See,
right.
I'm teaching in India, so it can be. So you can imagine, 2 o'clock in the afternoon is only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's the hours are really, really stupid. And sometimes if I'm running an 8 or 9 p.m. class, imagine what time that is in the morning for us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So
that's just so weird. So
Mm.
I'd just rather be there.
Yeah. Yeah, it would probably simplify the process a great deal.
Well, it does, because I'm getting maybe, if I'm lucky, a couple of hours sleep a night. From this chat all the time, because I've got to prepare in advance. You know what it's like an academic.
Yep.
You can't just you can't wing it.
No. Have you taught these courses that you've prepared before or presented before?
I have, but there's always you always got to keep up to date. You got to keep your currency.
Yep.
And new things happen. You got to discuss them. Someone's going to say, "Well, why did this happen? Why did that happen?" And you always got to keep your eye on the ball. And technology changes so quickly.
It does.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm getting started in any minute, so I'm going to. If you don't mind, I'll just stay in the corner there, just quietly.
Yep, you're fine. You're fine.
All right, no worries. Thanks.
When we finish, if you're still here, I'll just boot your ass anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just be a few minutes, okay?
Yep.
Atul? I'll just be a few minutes, all right? Okay, all right. Talk to you later.
Okay. It's I don't know. Perhaps it's just my lack of filter, but just the sort of you listen to people who do know what they're talking about and do have something worthwhile to teach, and it just sort of beggars belief that people can look at an opportunity to learn something and just go, I am going to resist this. I am just going to dig my heels in, and nothing's going to happen here. It just confounds me. Like.
It's like
I know what you mean. It's like they expressly don't want to learn anything.
Yeah.
It's like as if there's a filter or a switch somewhere that's been turned off in the brain, that anything incoming that's logical and makes sense to everyone else, except they just don't want to accept any of that.
I think Dora's being very naughty.
Dora, what did you do?
She wants to see if we can find something that's so stupid it'll trigger Professor Phil while he's in the stream of to the class.
Dora.
Naughty, very naughty.
Yeah.
John Rapp wanted to know what size timber Cavendish used with 350 pounds hanging off each end of the thing, 6 foot beam. I would say a very heavy one, John.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you have to do a little guessing at some of this stuff. He's got accurate dimensions on things, certain things,
right?
Like the length of the beam and the actual size of the little chamber down there at the bottom where the small weights are hanging. Those dimensions are accurate, but the rest of it you get in the length of the torsion wire, so you can infer certain things from that. But some of this is just hold your thumb up and say, yeah, it looks about like that. That's about all you can do.
Yeah.
Well, tablet time, Alan.
Somebody's alarm went off.
Yeah. Tablet time.
Tablet time.
Time for drugs. Have we got?
Did you bring enough for the whole class? That's the.
No, you're not having any. And anyway, they're boring. It's boring stuff now.
Okay.
I stopped taking the morphine 2 years ago.
Ah, okay. Well.
I'm glad I'm off that. That was not a good time.
Yeah, don't worry about the pills.
No.
Just pass me the reefer, Alan.
So now that we've reached our 3 hours, shit, somebody's been talking too much.
That'd be me.
Oh. Have we got quiz or we just got science for this time of night? What time is it? 3 o'clock now. We haven't got time for a quiz, have we?
Yeah, time has carried away, hasn't it?
So we can either do a bit of a
time has flown.
We can do a short quiz. We can do a short quiz, or we can just do science derp and then.
Has Paul got his papers ready?
I don't have papers tonight, but I do have just a few quick memes, so it'll be really quick if you want me to do something quick.
That was cool.
All right.
Yeah. We'll have a quickie.
All right. Let me just find the screen that I want to share. That one.
To 48 hours due illegal activity happening over your internet service. For further inquiry, please speak to our executive. Press 1 to get connected to our technical executive.
Who's that?
Who's that?
I don't know where that was coming from.
Alan.
That's my phone call.
I was trying to figure out what that meme had to do with the sound that was coming through, and I'm going, that doesn't relate.
Technical executive.
That was somebody trying to scam me.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Again, that's the second call I've had today with exactly the same message. The first one supposedly came from an English phone number that I looked up to find out it doesn't actually, the area code doesn't actually exist. That one just came up as an international number.
Okay, so the first one I've got for you today is just a simple one. It's a good one, though. I like this one. Light travels faster than sound. This is why some people appear bright until they speak.
Very true.
I like that.
I think that's very profound.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll try and adjust the size of them as I see. I like this one too. Oh yeah, that's some nice cleavage. Anyone who's into crystallography will know what that's about.
Interestingly, cleave is one of the words in the English language that is its own opposite.
Yeah. Flat earther, I fear no man. But that thing, it scares me.
Take away, man. It's gonna get me.
I like this one too. Heterozygotes.
Oh dear.
You like this one?
Well,
yes, but actually no.
That would be correct.
Yeah, when you zoom them out, don't zoom them out too much because the bottom, a little tiny bit of the bottom gets chopped off.
Where's he gone?
What happened?
Stuck.
What'd you do?
Bob.
Nothing happening here.
You broke the internet. You
Oh,
broke
my
the internet.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Why, where did you go?
Oh, my internet dropped out. So does that mean I have to share again? Yeah.
When you share, don't zoom it out too far because along the bottom edge of the zoom,
okay,
your zoom thing, you've got that bar, that main bar along the
Yeah,
bottom.
okay.
That's the bit that blocks
no
off.
worries.
Yeah, where that is
Yeah,
fine.
I can do that.
Yeah, where that is
And you
is
just
fine.
need to remind everyone.
No, back
to
where
click
you
the
had
like
it
button.
is okay. Yeah, there.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's your maximum bottom allowed.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, if Fe equals iron, then does that mean that female equals Iron Man?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to zoom in on this one. I don't know whether anyone will get this one. When life gives you... Does anyone want to have a go at translating this? What does it mean?
Citric
Gives you
acid.
I reckon it's lemons.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
when
that's
life gives you
citric acid.
lemons, make
Lemonade.
Plus,
Lemonade.
sugar.
Water plus sugar plus lemon juice.
Yeah.
Here's lemonade. Yeah, there you go. And you know what this one's about. I had to put this one in.
Oh yeah.
No, you can't add metric and non-metric units. Mars, 1999.
Well, you can, but you have to
It just isn't meaningful.
Yeah, that's right. It's not meaningful. Yeah. Engineering fact. An opinion without 3.14 is an onion.
Yeah, I like that one.
Have I told you my piece of geologist trivia? Actually, the number of seconds in a year is about pi by 10 to the 7.
Okay.
It's 3.14 one something. It's 3.14 by 10 to the 7. It's that just works out that way. It turns out, but so I always think of that whenever I see 3.14.
Okay.
It's about 10. That times 10 to the 7 is the number of seconds in a year.
Yeah. Osmosis. Diffusion of molecules from a place of higher concentration to a place of lower concentration until the concentration on both sides is equal. I thought that was clever.
Yeah.
I love this one. This is great. He's been waiting for this moment for his whole life.
I'll bet he has. Yeah. Grace, no, quick, go do it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
You can
brilliant.
bet
I wouldn't tip him that much.
Yeah. I like this one too.
Found a Chinese dictionary to try to look up what the hell that symbol was.
Yeah. Do you get this one?
They just give me a building.
Yeah. That if you combine general relativity and quantum theory, you get the theory of everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd never imagined quantum theory as being that angry, though.
I like this one. This one's very clever.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that.
Naruto.
Write the two reactions used in the separation of calcium carbonate. Reaction 1, surprised. Reaction 2, astonished.
Oh, that's classic. That's absolutely brilliant.
That's why you
You've actually by surprise. Oh.
And that's
That goes right along with Find A and the arrow that points to it that says, there it is.
Yeah, I know. I bet the teacher was surprised and astonished too.
And this is why I used to spend most of my time outside the headmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Wanted, dead and alive, shooting his cat. I've got a couple of Schrodinger ones in here. I like this one too. I survived. Suck it, Schrodinger. And this one, I like this one. I like this one too.
Yeah.
And for the psychologists, every time you tell your boyfriend daddy, Sigmund Freud's ghost becomes a little stronger.
Yes.
Yep.
I love this one. This one's a classic. If at first you don't succeed, try 2 more times so that your failure is statistically significant.
That's repeatable then.
Yeah, that's right.
Repeatable failures. I'll remember that next time I talk to a flat earther.
What was the?
And this one.
What's the dependent variable there? You're stupid.
Yeah, I like this one too. The only reason for time is so that everything doesn't happen at once.
That's
a good one.
That's a pretty good reason to have it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Who would win? Pauli exclusion principle or strong gravitational field? Do you get it or not?
No, I don't.
The Pauli exclusion principle says that 2 electrons can't occupy the same space at the same time. But if you have a strong enough gravitational field, everything collapses into a singularity. So, which one wins? I don't know.
Well, isn't that an outstanding? Isn't sort of quantum theory, unquantum theory, and general relativity inconsistent?
Well, this is
Totally.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. That's why you can't tell who would win here. And that's it. We're back to the start. So there you go.
There you go.
Good one.
Very good.
It was a quick one today.
I'm still waiting for my sound waves to reach me. I'll give the answer in a couple of days. Do you actually do any work, or you just find all these memes everywhere?
Oh no, I'm semi-retired at the moment. So.
Oh right.
Yeah, but this is his new job now, Matt.
Ah.
Oh, I prefer this job. That's funny. That's cool. Will it get any quicker if I turn the volume up louder? It's just using more power, so therefore it must go faster.
Well, if it makes your computer go hot, if it makes your computer get hotter, it may take off. So be aware.
Oh,
my
cool.
dad.
I could go join him, couldn't I? Up there.
My dad used to tell me that when you turn the volume control up on the radio, it makes the little needle poke into the guy's bum at the radio station and makes him yell louder.
And how old were you when he told you that?
Pretty young. But he also used to make us put our hands on the window of the car as we went under power lines. And he would say in a very serious voice, can you feel the pain? Can you feel the pain?
My dad always told me if I turn the volume knob up while he's in the same room, I'm going to get really, really sharp pain in my head.
Right.
I bet he was right too.
Yeah, he was exactly right after I found out. What's it before, Dad?
Did you see earlier, Marble, where that guy was suggesting that heat was responsible for the thrust from rockets?
It's the heat, I tell you. You need more heat.
Well,
you get more
kind
thrust.
of indirectly is, but only indirectly.
Well, indirectly, yes.
Yeah,
only when it concerns fuel what ignites.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know we can do it without the heat, but
yeah,
the heat usually helps because it just
The heat does usually help, but the idea that the rockets won't, the idea that the rockets are dependent on the direction that the heat flows in, it just seems really, really weird.
Yeah, he does realise that you can blow the hottest form of heat with the slightest bit of wind, and then it won't travel upwards; it'll go sideways.
Doesn't realise anything, I don't think.
No,
no,
he hasn't got another brain cell to get to logic. He's still bumping up against the stupid bumper. They're getting worse. Is it illegal still to shoot stupid in the States, Blue?
Illegal to shoot what?
Yeah, is it illegal to shoot stupid in the States?
Oh, I don't think so. I think you can just shoot all the stupid you want.
Oh, that's right.
Cool.
That may change my attitudes towards American gun laws, actually.
Yeah. If it made it gun law, only stupid can shoot. You can only shoot stupid. Probably 50, maybe 60% of the population would.
Hi, everyone, and
probably hand the guns in.
Speaking of JM Truth, I've got another one to share for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, laughing stock. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it'll take him before he comes back on the scene again after he reckons he wasn't going to have anything to do with photos.
He's not debating flat Earth anymore. Any other thing?
He's been kicked out a lot of them, hasn't he? Because he proved the globe.
I think Fight the Flat Earth and Team Skeptic are trying to get him to come back onto their channel. They seem to be in communication with him.
After they really made him look stupid.
Yes, I can only assume that his desire for attention is overwhelming his self-respect.
So you're right about doing experiments more than once, so you got statistic to prove that.
Still, yeah, that's right.
Terry, I've got 10 random questions here if you want me to do them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just grabbing some videos to vote on.
Right. You want me to do them then?
Yeah, I've got
It's
two.
Trevor Pursuit 90s. This is 1997 to 1999.
Oh.
We're supposed to remember that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Try to find a decent.
So, Tony, we typed the answer in the Zoom group chat. and don't say anything, because obviously we need to let the audience
catch up,
hear the question, which is like 30 seconds or so delayed from what we are hearing.
So you can say
So
anything
you
you
type it
want,
in
but
the
not
chat
the actual.
entry.
If you know the actual answer to be a fact, obviously, well, we can say anything we want, but we can't give the word away in case.
Okay.
You'll catch on. I think you're smart enough, Tony, to catch on.
Type it into the chat, and the peanuts will answer it out there.
Yeah, the peanuts will think they can answer.
Okay. How old was Mir space station when it crashed into the Pacific Ocean?
Oh.
Oh, we were just talking about this thing.
Sagefish.
Sorry, I missed the question.
How old was Mir space station when it crashed into the Pacific Ocean?
Okay. I'll guess this.
Oh, Alan got it before me.
Oh, that many? You going for that many? I thought it would be only that many.
No, it was up there for quite a while, and they really did sort of. There was an astronaut, there was a cosmonaut stuck up there for
14 years.
No. There was a cosmonaut who was up there when the USSR collapsed, and he is claimed to be the last member of the USSR, because when he went up it was the USSR, and when he came back down it wasn't.
How did he survive up there for all that time then?
Well, I think they could resupply him, but the problem was where he was supposed to land and where they did land had suddenly become an independent country. And there was a lot of arguments and discussions about whether he was going to be allowed to come back down there. And so they basically said, look, just stay up there whilst we try and sort all this mess out.
He got much choice, has he?
Well, he hadn't got a lot of choice, to be honest. Yeah, he was sort of stuck up there. It was, I think it was up there for getting on for a year or so.
Wow.
Certainly getting that. I can't remember the guy's name, but when he went up there is when the USSR pretty much collapsed, and it was one of the stans where they were landing, and all of a sudden it was like an independent state, and they're like, "Oh, I ain't gonna let you land there."
Nobody's got the right answer.
Oh.
No, I'm going to tell you. It was 13.
I weren't far out. I knew it was into the teens.
Yeah.
I was way off.
Next question. What was the nickname of euthanasia campaigner Jack Kevorkian, who was convicted of murder?
No idea. Never heard of him.
Yeah, but you have.
I? No, I haven't.
He was a euthanasia advocate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Jack Kevorkian.
Yep.
That's the fella.
Oh, so John Rapp got it then.
Did he?
Did you say Stiffy? Not. Oh no, sorry.
No, I didn't say Stiffy. That's it. Alan got it right, and first in the thingy chat was Muppet, Dr. Death.
Oh.
I think Paul got it right as well, and he beat me.
Yes.
I did.
Oh yeah, you did, Paul. Sorry. My apologies. Who referred to the people? Now remember, this is in the 90s. Who referred to the people of Northern Ireland as a couple of drunks?
And the faintest idea.
No, don't remember that either.
It was a US president.
Ah. Oh, in the 70s?
90s.
Oh, in the 90s. Oh, yeah, you know who that is.
No, type in there.
I can't be bothered to move off the settee.
Yeah, Tony got it right.
Oh, it was that one. Oh. It's a toss-up between the two, to be honest.
Well, they're both toss-ups, aren't they?
Well, yeah.
Well, Clinton definitely was. Well, his secret was.
And Fred Bailey. Yep, Bill Clinton. Okay, here's an Aussie question. What did Australian police find 8 of in an Adelaide bank vault that resulted in 3 arrests?
Credit cards?
Bit more specific, please, Paul.
No, I'm just thinking that loud.
Okay. You're getting that. Just.
Oh.
Yeah. You were right the first time. I just wanted another word, but that's fine.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Dead bodies. Well done, Mippet and Tony.
Dead bodies. What, did they arrest the dead bodies?
They arrested the people who put the bodies in the vault.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought they arrested the 3 bodies. What?
Okay, this is a bit British. Sorry about this one. 1999. What briefly boosted Cornwall's tourist trade on the 11th of August, 1999?
Who?
What happened in 99?
In what? 1999?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I think.
Was
And
it
it was
that
all
long?
cloudy up here.
Was it that long ago?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, my
I
kids.
just remembered where I was working at the time, and we it wasn't, the cloud was actually just perfect.
Never saw a bloody thing.
I laughed at everyone because they all paid and went down there to watch it and stayed in hotels and everything. I was paid to drive my lorry down there.
Oh, we just stepped outside of the office.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I took my son on the motorbike on a absolutely brilliant road trip because he was like 9 years old.
Oh, right, yeah.
You said beach, and I knew what could bring crowds to a beach, so my answer should be appropriate.
So Fred Bailey and Alan got it right. It was a solar eclipse.
Nude beach. And it's not quite the solar eclipse, is it, Terry?
Well,
I think you're stretching it a bit there.
We had just the right amount of cloud that you could go out and look at it without needing any fancy filters or anything. The clouds just sort of occluded it enough that you could see what was going on without getting blinded or saying, oh, it's too cloudy, I can't see anything. It was absolutely spot on.
Yeah. Well, we were on the beach at Falmouth, and about half an hour before the eclipse started, it got really cloudy.
Yeah.
And we didn't see it. It got really, really dark.
Yeah.
And it was very weird because it was like as dark as it is in the middle of the night here now.
Yeah.
But you could see the light round the edge.
Yeah. It's mad, isn't it?
But we didn't actually see any of it, apart from the fact that there was a large TV thing on the cliff bit at the edge of the bay, and that was showing the BBC TV coverage. And then about half an hour after it all finished, the clouds all buggered off and it went back to being a really nice sunny day again.
Yeah, it's typical. Always does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Apparently that is very typical for eclipses, especially near the sea.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. What is the better known name of the woman who became Mother Bernadette Mary of the Order of Mater Dei?
Ozzie Globehead.
No.
Oh, damn.
This is a music question, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
What? It's a music question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've no idea.
I must have misunderstood.
What is the better known name
can
of
us
the woman
Aussies
who
have the
became-
question again?
I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Shush. What is the better known name of the woman who became Mother Bernadette Mary of the Order of Mater Dei? It's a music question.
What's that?
I got no
name?
idea.
Oh, is he right?
I got no idea.
Oh.
Oh, no, Miro.
Nothing compares.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, right.
Oh, well, in that case.
I can't remember her bloody name.
I can. I ain't going to type it.
it.
Oh, Terry.
What? I must have misunderstood the question.
No, you got it right. I was just
No,
hoping
he
it's going to be a
hasn't.
bit longer.
That's
Yeah.
Tony, not Terry. Put your glasses on.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I've got my glasses on.
Put the other ones on then.
No, that's still Terry.
No, Mick, it's still a lie.
Oh, no.
Well,
Just an Irishman to get it. Well done, Irish too. It was Sinead O'Connor.
I got one T right.
Sally Field.
No, they kind of became a nun.
Yeah. She's weird.
That song was written for her by Prince.
She's weird.
Very weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
carry on.
I was just going to say her influence came from nothing. Because she didn't listen to other people's music. Unless I've got that wrong. That could be
Okay, remember we're in the 90s, guys. 79 to 99. Which restaurant chain opened with a celebrity fanfare in 1991 and filed for bankruptcy in 1999?
I can't type fast.
No, I can't sing.
I think it's
I
the
can
name
only
of the
remember
name of it.
one word out of the.
Sinead
Yeah.
O'Connor's changed her religion to Muslim now.
No, it's got the word in front of it like I wrote, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't remember what the other word was.
Didn't know they went bust.
Nor did I.
Yeah, did I?
I never even went to one.
Oh, I've been in one in Florida.
I went to the one
And the
in.
one in London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leicester Square, is it Piccadilly?
I took my son Ben to the one in Leicester Square in London on the 2nd of May '97 when his sister was born.
Oh,
in the
I'm
evening afterwards.
thinking of the other one then. I know which one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Mippet is correct. Mippet is correct, and Terry is correct. Planet Hollywood.
Hey.
I'm thinking of Hard Rock Cafe.
Highfield Cafe.
Oh, hang on. Okay, history. Which country hosted the trial of the Lockerbie bombers?
Now that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
Oh,
that would have been my guess as well.
Oh,
But
bugger. I thought it was. Oh, they wanted a neutral country, did they?
Oh, what on?
Yes, but it was done under Scottish law, though.
Yes, but what absolute farce that was.
Wasn't it just?
Yep. I mean, talking about covering it up and setting somebody up to be a scapegoat, that was just unreal.
It's hideous, wasn't it?
No peanuts. Clue, not in Britain. I do believe we have one.
Dora altogether.
Yeah, we have one out in the chat that lives there.
What? Dora didn't get it. She must be making a coffee.
I don't know if she's here.
Yeah.
She was.
Yeah, she was here.
Now she's there.
Barry's Harry Burgers.
Come on, peanuts.
Hey, no Googling peanuts.
Yeah, Dora can't be there because otherwise Dora would have got it.
Country, not city. Country. You're right, but country. Red.
You got it too correct, Fred.
Yeah. My mic is not working properly. Why it's not under.
There you go.
Yeah, well done, Dora.
Oh, you can't cheat because his mic's not working.
Better late than never. So technically, Fred, you were correct, but it was the Netherlands, Holland.
Oh, Dora finally answered.
Well, there's Dora.
Yeah.
So the Neanderthals. Okay.
I'm trying to capture Venus. Shut up.
You're going to need a bigger net.
Yeah. And you're trying to capture the Hague as well. That's a wide angle lens.
Okay, so next question. Where did Prospector find evidence of frozen water?
Huh?
Who?
Where did Prospector find evidence of frozen motor?
Who's Prospector?
Exactly.
It's a space mission.
And Alan is wrong.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't
Oh.
type that then.
Well, there's only one other place in.
Yeah, I'll
there is
go
one other
there.
place. I didn't think it was that long ago, so I thought it was actually much more recent than that.
Yeah, Farmer. I'll go with you, Farmer.
Farmer's right. And Carl Edwards is right. Yep, we're on the moon.
I thought that was much more recent as well.
Yeah, I thought that was much more recent than the 90s.
Because they've known for a long time that there's frozen carbon dioxide on Mars, but I thought they then actually discovered water, not just frozen CO2.
Yeah, but
permafrost, didn't they?
I'm going to trust Pip here that she's got the
Irish set in his fridge.
Okay, next question. Who was succeeded by Thabo Mbeki?
Sorry, I don't understand the answer. What was the question?
Thabo and Becky. Oh.
Who was succeeded by Thabo Mbeki?
Don't know.
Name rings a vague bell, but that's about it.
Yep. Tony's right.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh. I was just
there's that weird effect that makes you misremember stuff, isn't
I was
there?
just
Now,
going to say, I wonder what the effect that meant,
what is that?
That effect.
I was going to sing a song about it, but I thought better not. Does that give it away?
I'm sure that wasn't the right answer last week.
you having an effect.
Yeah, I don't want to type my answer just in case it changes.
Yes, Carl. Nelson Mandela.
Free!
Okay, which Leonardo da Vinci painting was put back on display to the public after 20 years of conservation work?
Alan's already written it. No.
I'll guess the obvious. Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that one too, Tony. Yeah, I didn't know you did that one.
Right. Not there is a right answer.
I don't know me paintings that well, so. Yeah, it's either that we're getting in the peanuts too.
And there is kind of, sort of, another supper.
Carl.
It was the Last Supper, well done, Tony. What was the Star Trek role of DeForest Kelley?
Oh,
that's easy. That's easy.
Well, that ain't fair.
I got it.
That's Star Trek.
Oh, no, I didn't. Did I get it? Yeah, that was his nickname, Farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what was he? What was he?
Oh, what is his profession?
Yeah, that was his nickname. It didn't ask for the nickname, did it?
Nope.
There you go.
Yep.
It asked for his profession, was it?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Well, and his name. So his profession and his
well.
Sorry, I'd left that off.
I'm going to leave mine.
Doctor Whom, Dora.
No, it's Doctor Who.
No, Whom. Doctor Who. Yes, it was a doctor. Doctor Who. Doctor what? Doctor what was his name?
Why that blue-blooded pixie head? I'm a doctor, damn it, not a vet.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll let you off that. Yes, it was Dr. McCoy.
Bones.
Oh,
Bones. Yeah,
Spock.
Bones.
Can you?
On the card it says Dr. McCoy. No, one of those. Yeah, 2 left. Oh dear, can't remember. Okay. Which became the first company in the world to be valued at more than £300 billion.
Pippet.
That would be nice.
They're all keen.
It's a toss-up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all went for the same one after the first answer.
Yeah.
I think the second one probably got there before because they helped
Alan's
them out.
not right. Everyone else is.
A lot of people don't know that, but that second company helped the first company out. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
watched the film.
He poured a lot of money into them. They actually went to college or uni together.
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
I would say probably most of you are using their software right now. Not pineapple or apple.
Pineapple.
The pineapple company.
Silly professor. Pineapple.
Anyone using Windows is using it.
Lucky Dean's not here.
Yeah, apart from Dean. 10, 9, 8. Yay, Carl Edwards, Microsoft.
Yay.
Oh, here's a, oh, it's a very British one. I'm going to ask it because Terry was all Australian the other day.
That's true.
What charge was former British rail worker Anthony Simoniuk the first person to be found guilty of in a British court?
Oh.
Wasn't me.
Anthony Simoniuk.
Apple's a 25% air.
Nope.
Not a Scoobies.
I've never heard one. So. Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope, 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 nope.
Somebody must be getting
She's very
warm.
negative.
Nope, nope, nope.
I don't want to be negative, but no.
No. You're very, very, very wrong. Okay.
Very,
no,
very, very wrong.
Very wrong. I don't think anyone's going to get it, so I'm going to tell you. It was war crimes.
War crimes.
Wow.
In an English court. Oh. That is weird. Okay.
Oh dear, that's very British too. I'll not do that one. Which Bond theme was sampled in Robbie Williams's Millennium?
Yeah, there's a bit of debacle about that one there.
Yep. Farmers.
It's not because I'm a Robin Williams fan. It's because I'm a bit of a Bond fan.
Yeah.
Honest Gov.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I made a mistake. I made a point of typing while not looking at the screen, so I couldn't see Farmer's Boy's answer. And I think we can agree that I didn't copy Farmer's Boy answer, but that just makes me look like an idiot.
Who's Robbie Williams? Okay. Someone who can't sing, in my opinion, but there you go. That's just me. No Mippet?
Who is Robbie Williams?
Oh, of course it was her.
He actually advocated to be the next Bond.
Yeah, I would love to be.
Who's that?
Robbie Williams.
No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No scoop.
Don't want him as... No, he's the wrong character. Totally not
10
wrong.
seconds for the peanuts.
I'd rather Boris Johnson play the next
Oh,
Bond
that's a
than Robbie
harsh.
Williams.
That is harsh.
Yeah, but he's suave and sophisticated.
Just think of Nancy Sinatra.
No. Okay, nobody's going to get it out there. It was You Only Live Twice.
Sung by Nancy Sinatra in 1967. I was whisking it.
Right, last question. What did the WHO report say killed 2.3 million people in 1998?
What killed 2.3 million people?
Yep.
That must have been Vegemite.
It's got to be something bloody silly, isn't it? Well, I'm not obviously not to them that killed them, but
And no.
Rice
No.
Nice one, farmers. No.
You understand that is actually my specialty.
No, there are a few more characters, Carol.
he's going to get a farm and he's going to get horses and raise sheep on Fiji or something.
That would have been I forgot what the type now.
1998. What
That
was rampant in the 90s?
Oh.
Oh no.
Yep,
No. Oh yeah, but
Oh, you're out there. What are you doing out there?
oh shit. Sorry.
That's the problem when you've got the Zoom window next to the chat.
Well, I got two screens, so I've got one on the other, and of course I've been looking through Google for
You were
No, I wasn't googling it. No, I was looking through various bits and pieces of other stuff.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And you keep forgetting which screen you're on.
Thousands wouldn't. The answer was indeed AIDS.
I didn't think AIDS actually killed anybody. I thought it was the complications from all the other shit you got
Nope.
that actually killed
The
you.
question asked was, what did the World Health Organization say killed these people? So whether
Fair
or not,
enough.
Yes.
Fair enough. I know that it's. I know that that's being sort of super pedantic, but.
Yeah, because you're quite correct, Alan. And actually, AIDS, it's the symptoms that causes, like pneumonia or something. Your immune system breaks down to that. So yeah.
Oh, that's me, Mary. Are you organised?
So it could be like a heart attack or a common cold or something like that.
I think mostly it turns out to be
something minor would kill them, innit?
Well, I think complications
most
from
secondary
kills most of them.
Yeah.
People.
Thanks for that, Pip.
Yeah,
but pneumonia in and of itself is kind of an umbrella term for.
I have a whole wedge full of questions. 3 wedges full of questions, actually. Quite a cool box. Never been used before today.
All right.
Next week it'll be Disney animated trivia. There you go.
Oh, nice.
It's a sort of I don't think it'll work somehow.
I might just listen to that one then.
Back to you, Terry.
I don't do Disney.
Why?
35 degree.
Oh, what temperature we got here?
I'm not muted, am I?
Oh,
Nope.
Dora's moaning because her phone turned off because of excessive heat. It's just
Hello?
a bloody 25-degree weather.
Hello, Terry. We can hear you.
Oh, phew.
22
Anyone
here, man.
here?
I thought I was muted again. No Pip story. Where? I can't find a Pip story. I'll have to go. You'll have to dig one out if you can, Pip.
Okay, the premiere on Saturday was a long one.
Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
that was a long one.
7 minutes or something. Yeah.
I thought we all went and watched it, didn't we?
Yep.
We did.
We
Yeah.
did.
I only upload Friday, Saturday, Wednesday.
Who else we got?
Yeah,
Carl
we
said
went
he
all over
can't
to
hear
watch
me.
it Saturday.
Okay, Carl.
I think you could do a flat earth poem.
Yeah, I don't think I've got many.
For a minute and a bit.
Rise in sea level.
You can't hear anybody.
Oh, that's just Carly.
Have you muted? Have you
No,
muted
that Carl's
OBS
just,
again?
Carl's just
He
having his
wouldn't
own.
know that. He wouldn't know that he's asking whether or not people can hear him, and answering the question if it was actually true. So.
Carl just likes to pull our leg sometimes.
Yep. Reminds me of a. Actually, I was reminded this earlier. I have a logician joke.
Oh.
So, 4 logicians go to a restaurant, and they're sitting there with their menus, and the waitress comes over and says, "Are we all ready to order?" And the first one says, "I don't know," and the second one says, "I don't know." The third one says, "I don't know," and the fourth one says, "Yes, we are."
Oh dear.
Link in internal chat or Discord, Turner.
But here, something goes for
That'll
a
be
minute
shorty.
for Wally. That's only a quick one, Wally.
Almost.
Only goes for a minute. Okay, who else got? So that's it.
John Rapp wants a flat Earth science quiz. It'll be very short.
Yeah, I've done that one. Oh, I've got a. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Have to do.
The answer will all be perspective. There you go.
Yeah, I got 4. And you got a story.
Anything,
Okay,
just a silly poem.
grab that. Lost. Okay, grab that. That's that lot done. Oh. Yeah, I couldn't find those pictures, puzzles with math problems that I did ages ago. What did I say 4? Now you watch all the peanuts muck up now, Tony.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see if we get any timeouts.
The flat Earth science question. I like that, Carl. Question 1: is the Earth flat? Answer: no. The first will look at, oh, where's the rest of the answers?
Perspective.
Yeah.
Nope, you didn't catch anyone today, Terry.
Okay.
Toot.
Well, that was quick.
Go
You're on
for
the
it.
ball today.
Right. 2 wins.
Blimey, I'm getting some serious lag this end. Then you'd called that out and I hadn't even seen them.
What? Who? What?
What?
Well, you were calling out the votes in the chat, and they hadn't even appeared on my little pop out yet. And I've got it set to live chat.
I've got top chat too. I haven't even got live
So
chat.
I'm getting some.
I'm
serious
getting a bit of lag here as well.
Yeah.
Oh, did I catch?
Carl's
I nearly caught you, Carl. Yeah, on my end. You're right, but sometimes on your end, you might not.
Yeah, mine's quite a bit laggy.
Yeah, Tony missed out on that big conspiracy with the number 4 back a few months back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. 4 was banned for a while.
Who's that?
4.
Oh, this is only a
I don't know.
quickie. Oh, not quick.
Or
I got my phone now. Why?
Oh, I got it. What I should show Tony before I forget. That hiding. Picture of it somewhere.
No. That's not good.
Grab a screenshot of it,
actually. Tony, that's what I call my plain truth slideshow.
Oh, okay.
That's CGI. That's live CGI.
Yeah, all those lovely horizons over the sea.
Yeah.
Yes.
all with depending on your point of view, interesting stuff going on above a stroke in front of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Funny we can't see Holland from here, isn't it, Alan?
Yeah, it's a shame I can't see Holland.
Or
especially as
Belgium.
I'm sitting on top of the cliff, because you'll notice in some of the shots I'm as high as the aircraft.
Well, it's only what 50 miles across there. We should see it
Oh
easy.
look, a Dutch helicopter.
Yeah.
That is actually a Dutch air sea rescue helicopter.
Bloody hell, you can see Holland. Top Peanuts rules.
Yeah, I better show Tony that so he knows what's going on.
Okay. Attack the arguments, not the person. Okay. All right.
But there's no rule 4. It's rule D.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Refer to rule 1.
Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's the other one, isn't it? Yeah. The number after 3 and before 5 shall not be mentioned.
Yeah. And if you don't agree with rule D, see rule 1.
So does that mean pi is just 3.1?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I transgressed.
It's pretty obvious we live in an age where we usually get to enjoy a fairly nice quality of life compared to, say, 100 years ago. Thanks to science, we don't have to be terrified of having medical procedures without anaesthetic. We can live relatively healthy well into our 80s and 90s, and we can enjoy the benefits of modern technology that 1,000 generations before us have only ever dreamed about. But there's a growing plague around the world with the potential to completely bring down modern society and send us all back to the Dark Age. It's called science denial, and it's given rise to such movements as anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, 5G nuts, and people that think a lockdown during a global pandemic isn't for their safety, but is instead infringing on their God-given rights. It certainly doesn't help when the leader of the free world is leading the charge on science denial and science illiteracy. Another word for this group of people could be complete and utter morons, but there's no need to be too nasty just yet. It's no coincidence that the belief in a flat earth and other fringe conspiracies exploded in popularity just after Donald Trump became president. He made it okay for the local idiot to speak out and declare that being an idiot, racist, misogynistic bigot is now okay. Besides the obvious science illiteracy expressed by some world leaders and their followers, one of the biggest detriments to modern science is right-wing government administrations making policies to withhold scientific data. Normally, scientists are able to freely share data with other scientists, with other organizations, and even other countries. It's how scientists learn from each other and speed up progress in fields such as healthcare and weather predictions. Science deniers all follow a common pattern of faulty reasoning that allows them to reject what they don't want to believe and accept what they do want, based on a misunderstanding of how science deals with evidence. The common science denier will, believe in conspiracy theories, rely on cherry-picked evidence, rely on fake experts and dismiss actual experts. They make constant logical mistakes and set impossible standards for what they think science should be able to deliver. These elements are present with those that deny the Earth is round or who believe vaccines cause autism, insist that there is a governmental cover-up of the real evidence of their topics. It's no secret that the majority of flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, or any other extreme conspiracy theorist is a Trump supporter. And I've long held the belief that Trump really isn't the problem, it's the people that follow him. But lately I've been rethinking that. He's just a moron, inciting other morons to do moronic things. The Prime Minister of Australia didn't listen to the experts during the fires, and look what happened. But once COVID-19 hit Australia, he actually listened to the experts, the health professionals and the scientists, and he took action. And now, here in Australia, we're starting to ease the lockdown and get back to normal life. Thank you, science. Actually, my son starts full-time school tomorrow. He's super excited about that. So, the world right now is in a complete spin. It's absolute chaos. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives to a pandemic that could have been prevented or at least minimized if science was listened to and given the freedom to work with each other. The environment is being devastated to the point of collapse. Social relationships are being torn apart by racism and intolerance. And this is all having a major impact on the glue that keeps modern society functioning, the economy. All of a sudden, we feel a big step closer to the fall of our precious and relatively safe modern world. I don't want my son growing up in a world where just surviving is his only priority. So please, leaders of the world, help science, help us all. And please, for the love of all that is good in this world, listen to science. Hey there. Thanks heaps for watching. I really do appreciate all of you that watch and comment and subscribe. The world's in absolute chaos right now. I'm sure we'll get through it. I just wanted to let you know I do have a Patreon, and any support would be greatly appreciated, even just $1, so we can build a bit of a community together and I can get more of your input on future videos I can make, observations I can do, and so I can keep upping the ante and trying to do better observations and better videos. Anyway, I have a ton of fun making these videos, and thank you so very much for watching. Take care out there, and see you later.
Done well on that one, Wade.
That was cool. I like all them killer whales.
Yeah,
Squishing them.
you see that. How you timed that well.
That was funny. That was well funny. Look behind you. Shit.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think one of the things that I don't really understand, I have to say, is in American politics that their discussions over healthcare, like their opposition to socialized healthcare, the data just doesn't admit any other interpretation than socialized healthcare is more efficient, more effective, and cheaper than privatized healthcare systems. So I'm not sure, and something like somewhere between 10 to 50,000 Americans die every year just due to lack of access to healthcare. And I don't understand how that's acceptable to anybody, how, say, a moderate Republican believes that that's a good thing to have happen. I don't know. That was meant to come across as me agreeing with the post, but I seem to have stunned everybody into silence.
I just hope it gets better over in the blues part of the country. That's getting a bit rowdy over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think again, sort of, America does have a systematic problem that it's failed to address in terms of, law enforcement, and Trump is just incapable of basic human empathy. So he's just made the situation a whole bunch worse.
Yeah.
By saying stupid stuff.
Yeah.
What I've picked up off over the years of learning about the way American is every single state is virtually their own entity, and even with the police forces in different parts of each state, even run their different rules and regulations to do with what's going on now, even for how to deal with certain things.
There are something like 10,000 law enforcement agencies in the United States that operate largely independently of one another, and the statistics on police shootings are that African American youths in the age of 18 to 25 or something like that are 21 times more likely to be shot dead by police than other races. But that's likely to be an underestimate because it turns out that it's not compulsory to hand over your police shooting data to federal authorities. And a lot of police agencies don't. They keep their shootings data secret.
Well, back again. It's one way to get rid of students. Give them an assignment. Tell them
Hello, Professor Phil.
It's amazing how much power you have.
I hope you weren't too hard on them with the assignment, though.
Well, I wasn't going to game. I wasn't game enough to say this. This is. I'm giving you this assignment now, so you can bugger off, so I can get back to my talking.
Yeah, but they might be subbed to me, and they might be watching the stream later.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
They'll spy on you later. And go, oh, that's what he was doing.
Yeah, no, I don't think a bunch of Indians will be watching this on YouTube somehow.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're a different demographic. I think your target demographic is not.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I don't think that you'll have too many people from YouTube watching Alan's show from India.
Okay. Yeah. I think we're safe now.
I just got a lovely big parcel from Australia. Postage just delivered it.
Well, I didn't send you anything. I didn't send you anything.
I'll be having Tim Tams, Anzac biscuits, and Milo later.
Oh, somebody, it's one of us sent you all that. Okay.
Yeah. Andrea, thank you very much.
Oh, Andrea, okay.
How long did that take, Pip?
Oh, over a week. I think it might have got lost.
Just over a week?
Yeah, at least.
What, from Australia? That's quick.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
I just sent a parcel to India today. They said it's going to take a week. And by the way, I went to Australia Post, and Australia Post said there's no parcels from any post allowed to go into India. They're only allowing some couriers. That's it.
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can't send a letter to India now.
When did they stop shipping stuff from China?
Don't know about China.
It's hard to tell. It takes 3 months to get here anyway. So.
Well,
how would you know?
You're talking about the COVID stuff. They shut down their border with China reasonably early on.
Yeah.
Oh, and for anybody interested in where my subs come from, in order of audience size: Australia, UK, United States, Canada, Finland, Ireland, Netherlands, Sweden, South Africa.
There you go.
But But according to the stats, Canada down to South Africa, I had 0 views and 0 watch time.
Well, you got Carl.
Yep.
Yeah, I know I've got Carl. Carl watches everything. It's like
Carl, you'll have to watch it twice now to get the views up.
I know I've got.
Carl
I know
is a
I've got
legend.
Dora. I know I've got Dora watching everything.
Yeah, that's another.
I've got Irish Stu and Casual watching me from Ireland. Yeah, they all show up as countries, and no other odd countries show up. But it's odd that it's because it's so low. It shows up as 0.
I've got the US as my biggest one. US, UK.
Well, that's not working right then, because Carl comes from South Africa.
Yes.
So he should be registering as at least one South African.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, the views are down to 931. It's obvious that they should be able to show one view from each country.
I've got South Africa 0.3% and Kenya 1%.
Kenya, wow, there you go.
Wow.
It's YouTube.
Yep.
Oh, someone sent me a YouTube.
You're not going to catch them get too many things correct. That's for I only wish the quarantine would have included telephone connections between the U.S. and India.
Yeah.
Best I can tell, everyone in India either works for the Internal Revenue Service or.
Well, I'll tell you something.
A lot of them over here too.
If you're an Indian parent, then you've got this. Then kids have only got 2 avenues. They either become an engineer with an MBA or a doctor. Those are the 2 major categories that you can become. So if they become anything else, it's because they missed out on the 2 main courses: engineer or doctor.
Shop
the ones that don't come here and open convenience stores or cheap motels.
That's right. See, those are the ones that didn't make it into being a doctor or an engineer.
Right.
Actually, that's it. Yeah, that's a fact. It's a fact. So, although they're probably making more money, I was just thinking about for like my hourly rate. Without, I suppose you know what a academic makes here. It's about 10 times the rate that an academic makes over there.
Oh yeah, easily.
So it's over there.
You think that's bad? Check out what academics make in China.
Yeah.
That is appalling.
Yeah, no, it is, and teachers are so lousy paid too. A really good teacher over here. You'd have to be a really, really good teacher to crack $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but starting, 50, 60, like that. And if you're in early childhood teachers, you'll be lucky if you got 50.
Yeah.
And in India, you'd be lucky if you got 15,000 rupees.
You wouldn't want to come to England and teach then?
No, well, actually, many, many years ago, I thought about doing that, and they said some friends some family in England said to me, if you come over here and you teach and you survive, then it doesn't matter. You can go anywhere in the world and teach anything. So the implication was that you had to go and you had to somehow survive as a teacher in England.
Yeah.
That sound on
Yeah.
Rather ominous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm afraid I like compliant classrooms. I'm not used to any other type. I can't handle it.
Which is odd, because you handled Mind of God quite well. And he was anything but compliant.
No, I know, that's right. That's right. That's why I just had to make a joke of it, because there was just no way to. I would have just flown off the handle otherwise.
Right.
He would have been at the Vice Chancellor's office for sure. with a 3,000 word essay on why we should keep him.
What you ought to do, Professor, is to take a 10-year-old on there with you and get him to answer this, to write down the questions what you talk to the flurfers about, and see if any of the flurfers to get him over a 10-year-old.
Actually, that's not as strange as it sounds. I've got two 13-year-old proteges. They are, you hear sometimes people say that this kid is a genius or that one, and I met some kids who are very clever.
Yeah.
But I've only ever met in my life two who I would call an absolute genius, and I've got two of them, two proteges I'm looking after now. Only 13 years old.
Ooh.
Both of them are at least A level, at least are ready for university. Of course, they can't go to university because they're too young, but so therefore that's why I'm looking after them. But absolute real geniuses. When I just listen to them and I think, wow, these people are going to. I make them put their name on every scrap of paper they have.
Because you know they're
and I've
going to be
told them, I'm collecting every piece of paper you have. All your scribble, all of that. Just imagine if we had Einstein's paper when he was a little boy. What would that be worth?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's it's such a valuable point, right? That I've achieved academically, but there are a lot of people who I look at and I think, wow, I wish I was anywhere near as bright as they are. And it's sort of disheartening that the flurfers don't accept that there's anybody who's even half as bright as they are, let alone smarter. It's just they've got no real idea of what the spectrum of human capacity is as far as intellectual pursuits is concerned.
You're so right, and this what makes my blood boil. When some flurfer says something like Newton was, an idiot, something so stupid like that. And I think, hang on a second, if we forget everything about gravity, he wrote the calculus.
Yeah.
How smart do you have to be? God, how smart is this bastard?
Yep.
He wrote the calculus.
Mm-hmm.
If you know any maths at all, you know what that means.
Yep.
Yeah.
And all his work on light.
Yep, and all his work on light. No. I mean, sort of. You look at these, there are so many people whose intellectual achievements just make me embarrassed. Like I am such a dullard by comparison, and you just have to sort of watch in awe, I think.
Well, I mean, you're a mathematician. Think about this going back now, and think about you don't know. There's no such thing as calculus.
Yep.
And now you've got a curve, and you've got to figure out what is the best way I can look at this curve. One, derive a formula that matches that curve. That's before you even start, and then differentiate it.
Yep.
My God. And what does that mean to you anyway? Because there's no such thing. You're the one who has to dream it up.
Yeah.
Yep. It's astonishing.
I just can't imagine that. He's definitely my hero of all time. And then think about Mendeleev puts the periodic table together. He had about 20 elements when he did that.
Yep.
About 20 elements. He put the periodic table. Imagine all the people who came after him, and he gave them all the answers. They knew what to look for.
Yep. And I mean, it's such a beautifully elegant piece of work that they were able to identify gaps and say, well, there ought to be an element here. Let's see and
exactly.
let's go and find it. And so this is why our technology has sort of our technological capacity, our standard of living, our life expectancy, our quality of life, these have all blossomed since we've started sort of respecting and formalizing academic achievement, so that we can enshrine the achievements of the really great intellects, and sort of buttresses it up with detritus like myself. Again, you just I'm struck with awe by the achievements of a lot of these people.
Yeah, no, you're dead right. Even Einstein had to go to other people to get his mathematics done.
Yep. So the Lorentz transform is not Einstein. Is not actually Einstein's work. So yeah.
No, and a brilliant piece of such an elegant piece of formula. Such an elegant piece of mathematics. Even like the backwards and forwards from the Doppler effect, and you're thinking, oh my God, who the hell would have the brains to think of this? It's such simple elegance. And you look at E equals MC squared and you think that had to be an accident.
One too many lines on the table.
It's just unbelievable. No, I've spent a lifetime, 46 years as a scientist, and the hair still bristles on the back of my neck when I think about what these people who put this stuff together.
I met a chap at our school. He was a year older than me. Teachers stopped teaching him when he was 14 because he was correcting them. He used to read and read and read. Robert, his name was. Really, really highly intelligent. Funny, but really intelligent. And he was the first guy to go to a local all-girls school because he was too young to go to uni. And they couldn't even teach him. And this was a highly regarded school in England. He eventually went to Cambridge Uni, but I lost contact with him, so I don't know what happened to him. But apparently the rumor is that he's gone a bit bonkers because he just knows so much. I don't know where it comes from, because he said you don't read about the books or anything. It just comes out of his head. And you think, whoa.
But it sounds like this little boy that I'm looking after, these two kids that I'm looking after like that. Well, you know what they did with me? Because I told you I finished my A-levels when I was 13. I did A-levels in physics, chemistry, and I did 2 maths. I was 13 years old. So what they did was they sent me to a seminary.
Oh.
I actually went to a Jesuit seminary. Now, the flirters will just go mad.
Well, if you're going to learn that sort of stuff, that's probably the best place to go.
It was the only place to go, because they wouldn't let me in the university.
No. Brilliant.
Okay. So I couldn't go to university. So that was the only place I got. So I ended up at a seminary.
Cool.
Yeah. So
it's a real shame the way the flirts disrespect or have no respect for the achievements of people like Newton.
Exactly.
These bozos can't even figure out what the hell density is.
It's worse than that. They can't even do a basic dimensional analysis to work out that it isn't a force, right? So I mean, it's
exactly.
Did anyone?
They take a number, they subtract a really small number from it, and they end up with a bigger damn number.
Yeah,
what the
that's
hell?
right. I saw your video on that. That was
very funny. That was very, very funny. I've seen a few students make mistakes like that before.
Do anyone see the someone done grab a load of, I think they were fluffers. All they had to do was find this vehicle to escape. And they put them in the woods, showed them where it all was on that, and they all got completely and utterly lost. Totally and utterly lost. I don't remember what the prize was, but none of them got near it. And all they had to do was walk through the woods in a straight line.
Yeah.
And they had a compass and a map, all of them, and none of them could get out of the woods. They had to rescue them, and they weren't very big woods either.
Yeah.
I think
So-
it was. Yeah.
So,
Sorry,
Blue,
off you
can I
go.
ask you? So, Blue, are you going to write up your experiment, or you? I mean, you know, like with a proper hypothesis and a proper with a proper structure, or are you just doing it for, you know, just for some fun?
No, actually, I think I will do it with some proper structure.
Okay, because if you want any help with that, I'm certainly I can give you some editing help if you like.
I would absolutely love that from you, Phil,
Yeah.
and anyone else that's willing to take a look at the stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, look, write it up. Send some plans, put some plans on paper, and then let's have a look at some proper structure. So you're writing up a proper paper. It'll be really good, because a good paper hasn't been written for quite a long time on this subject.
Ooh, we might be having a Professor Blue then.
Yeah, so
some marbles.
No, it'd be good. It'd be very good to do a paper on that, and you know, maybe even have a look a bit closer at some of the formulas that we use, and maybe improve the maths a bit.
You'd have to.
I've got a feeling before this is over with, instead of blue marble, I'm going to be known as Lost as Marbles.
No, thing is, Blue, you'd have to readdress your God's speech. You'd have to say, "This is Professor God speaking. The Earth is flat."
Yeah, there you go.
Therefore, they have to take notice of you, or they'll get homework.
I approve of Anzac biscuits. They're bloody delicious. Thank you.
Yeah.
Way now on the way, Pip.
Like a hobnob. It's a hobnob with coconut in it. Lovely.
Yeah, they're designed to not rot. That's their primary design feature.
They're lovely. Not what I was expecting at all. I don't know what I was expecting.
Okay.
Pip's just suddenly gone off them.
I don't know. Take a lot to put me off my food.
I don't blame you, Pip. Yeah, Anzac biscuits are pretty legendary. And for good reason. G'day.
You're all crackly. What are you doing? Eating the microphone again?
Stupid Telstra.
That's it. Be a fluff. Blame everybody else.
Mira, they're not hard. They're lovely.
No, they're quite nice.
You guys send me an email. Use bluemarblescience@gmail.com. Send me an email so I got yours, and I'll pass along a few things like Excel spreadsheets with calculations and stuff that I've been looking at.
Cool. If I send you my email and send you a load of blank spreadsheets, could you do my week's work for me?
That's not the question. The question is not could I. The question is will I?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, God, I didn't pray this morning. I'll just go have a couple of jars. That'll cure it, won't it? Probably.
Press play, please.
Yes, I've been waiting.
I'm just carry on getting.
Only got 2 more videos to go, then a story.
Hey everybody, where's Wally? Well, this was an exciting day watching DM2 go up and get it right. Excellent job, guys. And I just wanted to post these couple of images from Ivan Wagner. Yesterday, when he passed over the LC-39A in the ISS, he looked straight down and took this snap. What a brilliant shot. But not to be outdone, he took this one. Now, if only we could work out where that was when he took it, because look at that beautiful curvature. And you flatties who like to call barrel distortion into this, it's on the lower third of the image too, so barrel distortion is not doing you any favours. But what about that little spike in the middle there? What is that? Wow, can't really be taken from a plane when you're so far above that cloud deck. I'm going to call that a win, and a bad day for those pantomime calling pantomime artists.
Oh, that was a quickie.
Amazing.
Yeah, they've been taking a lot of shots, or not taking a lot more photographs from the ISS down to the Earth, but the ones that they've been taking, they've been showing them, so that's good.
There was an ISS photo with a rocket coming up. I recall seeing a video like that, the ISS, and you could actually see the rocket coming up.
They've even got one of a plane playing at 30,000 feet, and you can see the rocket coming up and over. Well,
yeah, Pip took a nice picture from the ISS.
If you guys are a bit bored, I've got a couple of questions on the board there that need solving. So first of all, you need to know the formula. N1 sine the critical angle is equal to N2 of the sine of 90 degrees. And then you can work out the refractive index of a particular substance by having a look at its total internal reflection. So that was the work they were doing.
Okay.
So it's amazing how people like Snell managed to break this down to such a fine art that we can use all of this in actual structural engineering.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic.
The optical viewfinder of all my cameras. Sorry, the optical viewfinder of 2/3 of my cameras uses total internal reflection within a complex prism to rotate the light in the correct number of angles so that you see it the right way around and the right way up when you look through the viewfinder. The other one does it with a mirror, and it's nowhere near as good because it's nowhere near as bright.
No, it's you're right. It's just totally fantastic,
Well, the glasses that I'm wearing, the highly precise refractive properties, the precision with which optics is performed nowadays, and flurfers can't understand the concept of refraction in the atmosphere. It's somewhat
hilarious.
Well, we've got two Bs.
Looks like B wins. No, you need 3, don't you?
No, I need 3. And got 2 Bs straight away.
Stop enjoying yourself, people, and vote.
What are we voting on? Sorry.
We vote for videos at the end of the stream where we've been watching the last lot of videos. Usually I have about 4 or 5 videos, but we only had about 3 or 4 tonight.
Okay.
And it's the outside audience that votes for them.
Okay.
Yeah, because
when they vote. Come on, Peanuts, put your finger out.
I see you, Pip. You got yourself a new Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, but that's an old one, actually.
Yeah. Brand new, even out.
Yeah. That'd be perfect, Pip.
That's what I used.
Oh, sorry.
Silly.
I'll
be quiet.
Keep up, Mad, will you?
I did. I was just repeating it.
So, Pip, did you succumb to temptation and check out an image of a penguin's mouth?
I did.
No, okay.
You
All right.
sure hear me giggling yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, it's very
weird.
I think. What did Blue say?
We've just got a third B, Terry.
You call that a B? From Miro.
Well, Miro just posted a B.
He said, I'm busy eating, all right. A little B.
B.
B? Class
That's
that as
two
a B? I got no idea.
Yeah, that's definitely a B. And there's several what appear to be lowercase b's that have just been rotated a bit.
Yeah, I got no idea.
If anyone in the peanut gallery is interested, go and Google
And flips.
the inside of a penguin's mouth. You won't regret it. Well, you might, but go and do it anyway.
Yeah, this is another one of those things where somebody says, don't Google this, and you do, and then you instantly regret it, isn't it?
Well, I'm not going to Google it then.
No, well, I once I Googled it, I thought, I've seen this before. How the hell did I forget that? But I obviously had, because I couldn't remember what they looked like. Then I Googled it and went, oh, yeah.
That's like, under absolutely no circumstances must you Google the phrase blue waffle.
No. Yeah.
It's do not Google for images of blue waffle.
I'll be right back.
Emphasize it. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I am not taking responsibility for it if you do.
What if I get a bit peckish, Alan?
I'm not sure if Phil ever had this experience, but there's a sort of a word processing language or that academics like to use called LaTeX.
Yeah.
Spelled LATEX. And back in the 90s, if you wanted to find online help for this language, you were doing a web search for LaTeX, and the search results were often not safe for work environments. It was just a bad product name to be searching.
Actually, does anybody remember a product called WordStar?
Oh yeah.
Yes. You remember that well.
That's still my favorite.
Oh, do you?
Really?
Still my favorite word processor. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was back in the days when you could fit. That was back in the days when you could fit an operating system and a word processor all on the same floppy disk.
Yeah.
One on the floppy disk. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, but the beauty of it is being able to copy columns and stuff like that.
Okay.
The find and replace is so good, you know.
I
still like to work in text.
Yeah.
Did you ever have cause to use Tico?
Yes, I have. I can't remember much about it, but that jumps right out at me.
It was a very early text editor, and you didn't actually get to see what you were doing to the text. You had to sort of, or maybe you got a line. But in order to type, you had to press T, and then you could type whatever you wanted. In order to delete the file from memory immediately with no backup, you had to press Y.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that now. And you could delete one letter, or you could delete a whole line, or you could delete with one.
Or you could. Yeah. So if you mixed up your T and your Y keys while you were in the command mode, you lost the file, and
Yeah.
it was just gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was no it never auto saved or anything like that.
No, never did anything like that for you. No.
No redundancy at all.
Actually, I don't know if you people are you guys old enough to remember when there was no screens, when all we had was this great big typewriter? You typed in it and it typed back to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Or the punch cards. Remember the punch cards? The only thing
I do
you
remember
get
the punch
punch
cards.
holes.
Good old punch cards.
Didn't have punch cards. I had optically read cards though, which were the same size.
My dad had punch cards.
I sat at a drawing board.
My PhD supervisor had his punch cards. Do you know Kurt Lambeck at all?
No, I can't say I do.
Okay. He was for a while the president of the Academy of Sciences, but and he did some work at JPL and Lamont Doherty and that sort of thing when he was young. But anyway, yeah.
So he used punch cards.
Yeah, he used punch cards, and he still had them. Like when I started, when I started my PhD in the early '90s, and he still had his punch cards in a box. He just never threw anything away. It was terrible. Anyway,
I was already working in then. When I first started, when I first went to uni, it was I think it was probably the last year in uni that they finally invented calculators.
Oh wow! Yeah, I'd heard you and Blue. Well, I saw you and Blue reminiscing about slide rules.
Yes, that's what we had.
In the chat the other day. Yeah.
Slide rules and 4-figure tables.
Yes. Yeah.
I had the first electronic calculator at school, Professor Phil, and I got told promptly not to use it because it's cheating.
Oh, yeah, which is a dumb thing. And I tell people, I'll tell anybody who listens now, we've had calculators for 50 years. It's time to use them.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, what's this telling kids? Don't you use the calculator? Use the damn calculator. You can teach people to. You can teach kids to estimate, if you like, but at least teach them how to be a damn good calculator user.
Well,
that would be a great thing.
When I was at school, it said don't use a calculator. You're not going to be able to carry a calculator around with you all the time. They know.
Weren't they wrong
Who's
about
laughing now? Yeah.
My last year middle school, so I would have been sort of 12, 13. They decided there was 2 or 3 of us who was way ahead of everybody else in maths, and bless him, the teacher thought that would be a good idea if we learned how to use a slide rule. And I said, A, my dad's got one and he doesn't use it anymore, and B, reaching into my bag, what's wrong with using a bloody calculator?
Yeah. Exactly.
I remember my dad using a slide rule. I could never get the hang of it at all.
I could do the basics of it, but like, what's the point? They've now been made obsolete. We have calculators, you know.
There is, I think, something of a point, because some I have come across students who just don't understand mathematical theory at all. They don't have a really good grasp of logarithms and exponents, and I kind of think that going through the tables actually sort of does sort of, you know,
it shows
pound in. Yeah, it shows you how it's working.
It shows you how it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think slide rules are great for that, aren't they?
Yeah, they are great for that. But again, you know, I think that there's so much else that we actually need to reform about our education system that that's a fairly minor issue.
I totally agree with that. Yeah, I reckon we have kids who are struggling with maths, and I say, look, why not just go to Plan B? Let them have the calculator.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're going to use it when they leave school.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of evidence that sort of students sometimes have log jams in acquiring information at different points, and so some of them will be very quick early on, and then they'll have a log jam later on. Some of them have a log jam early on, but once they're past that, they progress very, very quickly, and it sort of tends to even out. And it may well be the case that some people that are having problems with the basic arithmetic may be able to get onto principles faster if you just let them have a calculator.
Totally agree, and I can tell you something that some actually good research has been done on that. And there was one research project that I was involved in, and that is we looked at 1,900 teachers. That's teachers who are coming through, and to find out whether or not these are primary school teachers, whether or not they were good at maths. And then we looked at the general population as a control. As it turns out, there's no statistical difference between whether you're good at maths if you're a teacher or whether you're good at maths in the general population. So therefore, it turns out that in primary school, you've only got a 1 in 10 chance of getting a teacher who's actually good at maths.
Yeah. And that's
1 in 10.
Yeah, and that's at a critical developmental stage too.
Correct.
It's one of the reasons for that, I think, is that the wages we pay teachers at the moment just aren't enough to attract people with strong technical skills. They can get more money elsewhere. And I kind of think that that's one of the fundamental changes we need to make to education is to get
absolutely right.
better quality teachers.
I mean, why should somebody who has that sort of talent, who can go and get an engineering job with a starting pay of at least 85 to 90,000, start off as a teacher with 55?
Yeah, it's
why
just
would they?
They're not going to, and it sort of enshrines a level of mediocrity into the teaching profession.
Precisely.
Absolutely. And it can be very frustrating because I'm now in the Earth Sciences department. You talk about the number of teachers with specific training in Australia. There are almost no teachers who have any sort of training in Earth Sciences. It's practically zero. So we're just not getting students with any capacity at all because they're not being taught any worthwhile Earth Sciences while they're in their secondary education. It's sort of a circular problem. Anyway, sorry guys, I didn't mean to sort of drag us down into this discussion, but
no, I think
that's cool.
No,
that's fascinating to listen to two people talking about it. What needs to be done. Because we don't know that side of it, so that's cool.
Well, I have to say, on a more general note, one of the big.
I'm muted.
I'm trying not to start off my sentences with "I have to say" because it's a bad habit. But one of the things that I do think we need to change about our education system is pay greater attention to equipping children with the tools to assess their own mental health needs and mental health resilience tools. I don't think that we do anywhere near enough of that as a society at the moment, and I kind of think that that's one of the reforms. And that's sort of a more general issue, and so I'm wondering, for other people who aren't me, does that seem like a reasonable thing to expect an education system to do?
I think you're spot on, because I think that if people are comfortable, happy, confident, that's 90% of their battle already done. So and if you've got somebody who's stressing about things that are happening, with mental issues, you've got no hope of teaching them.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest problems with the current school system is that the kids are hardly ever allowed to fail. They don't know how to cope with failure. it's almost like if a teacher fails a student in VCE in Victoria here, that the gods from above descend and pronounce, "Thou shalt not fail this student." You got to try and find some sort of reason for why you can pass that student, and so they just don't experience failure like they used to in the school system, and they can't cope with it. And so when they experience failure after they've left school, they have no idea how to cope with it.
Well, I'm totally opposed to this whole system of how the VCE works. I reckon it should be I reckon you should. It's in first or second year, probably in first year. Really is where you'll really find out whether a university course is good for you or not.
Mm.
And
yeah, exactly.
And you can work something else out over there. But to actually at exactly the worst time in their life, to put them through this rigor and say, you've got to achieve this, otherwise you can't get onto university, I think that's just totally nonsense. It should just be an ordinary thing that you flow through, just like you go from 10, 11, 12, keep going. And in first year, it'll sort out the wheat from the chaff right there.
Yep. I agree. Sorry. Again, I seem to be sort of pummeling this conversation along the routes that I'm choosing and driving other people into silence. So feel free to tell me to shut up at any point.
Tony, over here when my daughter was at sixth form college, so that's the 16 to 18 bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She actually did what they called a mental health first aid course in order for her to be able to help other students who might be having issues and signpost them to the right places.
Yeah, I think that's I think that sort of we need to start esteeming mental health, and we also need to start destigmatizing it. I kind of think that it'll help us get to a better place in the end. I think that it would actually. I think that sort of addressing people's mental health might be a very effective way of reducing the population of FLIRFs. Because I think that they get sort of, they end up with this perverse pride in something that is so obviously nonsense, but it gives them a sense of belonging, and it gives them a sense of superiority that they think they've seen through a veil of deceit, and they're perceiving a sort of deeper reality. And this is crucial to their self-esteem, so they cling to it very, very tightly. It's hard to get them to let go. And I think that if they had sort of a better mental health setup, they'd be better able to sort of recognize this for what it is.
The really interesting thing, Rosie won't mind me saying this, but Rosie's really struggled with mental health issues through high school, and but doing the training courses to help others with their mental health issues really helped her as well.
Yeah, and that's why I think that it ought to be a sort of more standardized part of our education system. I think that it would be valuable for a lot of students generally, but that again is just my opinion. So I was airing it to sort of get other people's feedback. So thank you.
I don't think the FLIRFs have mental health issues. I think their problem is they're just still angry at the smart kids that screwed up the curve.
Yeah, but anger is a form of mental health issue. So if you've got resentment, if you've got deep-seated resentment or that sort of thing, it can feed into it. But yeah, some of them, I think they break down into sort of three broad categories. Those that are really, really stupid, those that are for whom this insight gives them some sort of social connection or feeling of intellectual superiority that they crave, and con men or con women.
Yeah. I should disclose this. I'm actually writing a paper on this phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm doing a case study, a case study paper. So I'm looking at a few of them and working out, well, how did they get there? What are they expecting out of it? And what are the demographics involved? And so far, I can tell you now, there's surprisingly not many young people in it.
Yeah.
Who are serious. They are actually on it. It looks like the data's looking like most people, the biggest group of people are over 45.
Yeah, I think that you kind of need to be far enough away from your high school education process to have forgotten a lot of scientific formalism, and have replaced it with something else. So that would be my explanation for that demographic. But that's just speculation.
Yeah. In some interviews that I've done, I don't know. It's just I'd love your comment on this, or all of you actually. And they've seen some interviews that I've done, and just having a look at the answers to questions. It seems as though that there's a group of people, technology has kind of left them behind, and they absolutely know that they've got no hope of understanding what it is and what's happening with it. And yet it seems to be something that young people just are intuitively able to just grasp. And so they're feeling left behind. It's, you in the old days, for instance, take a car, like Terry's got his Holden, right? You lift the lid on the Holden, and you seriously, there's not a lot you couldn't fix there yourself.
Right.
Now you lift the lid on my car, and it's just one great big plastic mess with the Mercedes sign in the middle, and I wouldn't know where anything is anymore.
Yeah.
I used to get a timing light out and fix my own Holden.
Professor Phil, no car talk, sorry. We're not allowed, we've been told. And I think they would like us to press play on Anton.
Putting my foot down on car talk.
Okay.
See, the problem is, Tony, I'm streaming all my streams until I get me stream back on my channel, but I'm streaming on Alan's. So I think I've got the rules, but I don't.
No, okay.
No, you do, Terry. You just need to put your foot down and be a bit more assertive sometimes.
Oh, you mean do this? There you go. I fixed yours.
Star system near us, so-called Proxima Centauri, and a new discovery / confirmation of what may be actually here. Let's talk about this, and welcome to What the Math. So what seems to be like a century ago, or technically several decades ago, we've discovered this unusual planet known as 51 Pegasi b. This was essentially the first planet ever discovered around a sun-like star, and back then it was a huge achievement. It was discovered using what's known as radial velocity method, and we've already discovered several hundred planets this way as well. So the way that this method works is essentially by looking at how the star itself slightly wobbles around its, technically middle of space, middle of nowhere. If you look at the star and you sort of start noticing slight wobbling observations, and those observations seem to be periodical, it means that something is in orbit around it. But obviously, because stars are so far away and they're also kind of bright, it's almost impossible to see the actual motion, the actual wobble. So what we are looking for here are what you see right here on the bottom, the red shifting and the blue shifting effects. If once looking at the star you notice that once in a while the light seems to be a little bit blue shifted, or becomes a little bit more blue, or higher in frequency, while at the same time then changing to redshift, and all of this happens periodically, there's only one explanation to all of this. Something is causing the star to move a little bit toward us and a little bit away from us. That something is usually a massive planet. And by using the first such observation back in 1995, the so-called LOD spectrograph was able to discover the incredible 51 Pegasi b. As you can probably imagine, in the last 25 years since then, we've dramatically improved this technique and made it at least 10 times more accurate. In other words, even though back then we could only see observations of basically equivalent to several meters per second of change in velocity, today we can easily see centimeters per second. That also means that we can detect much smaller planets, and we can do so with a lot more accuracy as well. The most famous such detector is also named after my favorite drink, espresso. European Space Agency has a very detailed explanation to how all of this works, but the thing is, it's sort of beyond the scope of this video. In a nutshell, it works exactly the same way. It looks at the blue shifts and the red shifts from a typical star, and basically uses these two cameras to try to see how much a star wobbles, how frequently does it happen, and also then uses all of this data to estimate what sort of a planet is orbiting around this particular star. Now, originally, this is pretty much how we discovered Proxima b to begin with. Proxima b around Proxima Centauri does not actually pass in front of its star. In other words, it doesn't cover the star because it's in a different plane of orbit, and so we can't really see the shadow of the planet. But we can, however, detect these slight motions, the wobbles of Proxima Centauri. And this is how Proxima b was discovered, and this is also how we discovered its much more massive, much bigger partner, Proxima Centauri c. So both planets were discovered using this method. The thing is, we're not really particularly sure, 100% sure, if these objects exist. They're still technically just candidates. And the recent confirmation from Espresso now almost certainly clarifies that this object here, Proxima Centauri b, exists. And it also seems to be even more Earth-like than we originally thought. Original values for its mass put it around 1.3 masses of planet Earth, making it about 30% more massive. Turns out that it's a lot less massive. It's about 1.17 masses of planet Earth, meaning that it's extremely Earth-like. And don't forget, this particular planet is also in the middle of the habitable zone of Proxima Centauri. So in other words, if by some unknown chance this planet has actual ice on the surface, water ice, which in this particular simulation it doesn't, but in this simulation it kind of does, it will definitely have liquid water on the surface, or at least very likely. Currently, the way it stands, we think that this is maybe one of the most likely prospects for us to ever find Earth 2.0, or at least closest planet to us that seems to be Earth-like. And it also has a really high chance to have a lot of other really exciting things on the surface. But there are obviously two problems with all of this. Problem number one is that it probably looks something like this if it has water. It's an eyeball planet. It's always tidally locked to the parent star, unless it received some sort of a major collision with time, and also unless it has some unusual effects from its liquid ocean, kind of like what Venus had, to make it spin even slower, which is actually not good for any kind of life trying to survive here. We want this object to spin a little bit faster than it currently is. Currently, a single day here is equal to a single year here, which is about just over 11.1 days. Or technically closer to 11.2 days. What all of this means is that it always has this side exposed to the star, making it more likely to be hotter and also possibly having liquid water here, and also has these other regions that are known as twilight area, where there might be some potential for finding life here. The dark side is obviously just pure ice. The new version of Universe Sandbox has actually become really good at trying to simulate all of this. So here, if I were to sort of tidally lock a typical planet that looks like Earth in the beginning, it will quite quickly start transforming into the eyeball planet, and within only equivalent of basically several years of this star system, which is only a few hundred days in real time, it will sort of look like this. You have the eyeball, and then you have the ice on the dark side. Now, the interesting thing about this is that here we can also see the overall temperature across the planet, and in the middle of the planet, right here, it's pretty toasty, equivalent to a typical conditions in, I guess, a desert in the middle of the day. Whereas on the dark side is, I guess, not as bad. It's only about minus 11 degrees Celsius, which is, well, equivalent to a typical winter night in Canada. although it does get colder in the polar regions up to about minus 90 degrees Celsius, so the polar regions here are really cold. So in that sense, these eyeball planets are pretty interesting, but definitely unusual. Now that's the first part about this planet that's different from Earth. The other part is, of course, the star. Currently, all of the observations of Proxima Centauri star suggest to us that it is what's known as a flare star. It flares up quite a lot, and you're going to see this as soon as I start running this at slightly faster than usual speed. You're about to see a flare coming out from the star, and it's going to be massive. And here you go, here's one of these flares. These flares are extremely powerful. They produce a huge amount of radiation that will most likely strip the planet of any potential atmosphere or possibly even liquid water, assuming of course it doesn't have magnetosphere or some way to protect itself. At least that's the current understanding of this. We still don't really know exactly what effects this might have on the actual planet. The other thing about this is that it also produces about 400 times more X-ray radiation, suggesting that the planet is probably irradiated by this extremely powerful radiation a lot more than planet Earth. So there are a lot of things with Proxima b that create these conditions that might be difficult for life to try to survive on this planet. So that's kind of our current understanding, and the confirmation of the existence of this planet and also that its mass is even more Earth-like make this even more exciting. So currently it's a really super cool planet. But there is something else coming from the study that scientists didn't really expect to find. It's still not confirmed, but there might be a third planet here, and it might be really small. This second planet, that we can now kind of refer to as Proxima d, is much closer to the star. Its orbit is around 5.15 days, or basically around twice as fast as Proxima Centauri b, and in this case, assuming of course this planet is also tidally locked to the star and is at a distance where it's currently located, it's really hot here, at least on the side facing the star. So if we were to look at the temperatures created in this particular region, this right here is somewhat similar to the temperature on the surface of Venus, over 400 degrees Celsius. The dark side is still going to be cold, actually much colder than the other planet because here it doesn't seem to have any atmosphere, and we think it probably doesn't, but overall this is going to be a pretty extreme world. So what we think we know about it so far is that it's maybe about 30% or around 29% the mass of our planet Earth. So in other words, it's more massive than Mercury and Mars, but it's less massive than Earth itself. Here's how all of these planets compare to this. So Mercury is here, Mars, Earth, and then this is the newly discovered Proxima Centauri d. And we obviously don't really know much else about it. And also this is still a very preliminary discovery. It still hasn't been confirmed by anything else or any other observations, and we need to have at least 2 more observations before we can claim this as an actual discovered planet. But since in general Espresso has so far been really accurate in its detections, I'm going to go on a limb here and say that it probably is there and it's definitely going to be confirmed. The current limits of Espresso allow it to measure planets up to about the 10th mass of our own planet Earth, so this is definitely within its limits. And assuming that this planet indeed exists, this would also make this the smallest ever planet discovered using this particular method, which is a huge achievement considering the fact that the first planet discovered was really massive. Here we're talking about just tiny minute observations of slight changes in the motion of a typical star. Just to give you a comparison to how, for example, the orbit of planet Earth influences the motion of our own sun, here in this graph you can see that the sun increases its velocity by roughly around 18 centimeters per second, depending of course on the position of Earth around its orbit. Which obviously means that Espresso located on another planet could have easily seen the motion of Earth around the sun as well. If we were some sort of alien species using Espresso-like device on another planet far away, looking onto the sun and trying to see if it has any planets. So this is how much accuracy we have now, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. And don't forget, this is also improving pretty much every year, so within a few years we'll be able to detect really tiny planets around many different stars. But since this is the first such paper exploring the system using Espresso, it will take time before we can confirm this. Until future discoveries, or until we discover something else around Proxima Centauri, that's all I wanted to mention in this video. It's definitely a really exciting discovery. Not only is Proxima b more Earth-like than we originally imagined it to be, it also seems to have another partner much smaller, much closer to the star. All of this is super exciting because this is our closest neighbor, and this is probably the first ever system we will ever be able to visit, assuming of course we visit anything. And since all of these discoveries have only been made roughly within the last 5 years or so, imagine what we're going to discover in the system in the next 5 years. It's going to be super fun. On that note, once we discover more exciting things, I'll make sure to follow this up with another video. Subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Also, maybe support this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot, and maybe support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that you can see right here, and also the one I'm wearing right now as well. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You can unmute, you know you can unmute yourselves.
I was busy.
Well, I have to say, that was really cool.
It was very cool.
Yeah.
So we're finding
On that
planets.
note, I'm gonna go. So I say good night to you all. Thank you so much for having me on. And Tony, thanks for that conversation. It was really marvelous. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Phil. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah. Thanks for dropping by.
Catch you later.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I might actually head out as well. It's after midnight for me. So, I'm beginning to fade a little bit, I'm afraid. But thank you very much for having me on. It's been a blast.
But you can always catch us in Discord now and again, Tony, when you've got nothing to do. You'll see
absolutely.
us over there
I will.
in the evening.
Okay, excellent.
Or in the daytime. Depends on who's around.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I shall keep an eye out.
Yeah, I think
sorry?
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna go too, because we'll see if I can unravel what's going on with AutoCAD here.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah.
No, we're not that far out now. We only got one more video to go, and then a story, and then we're finished.
Well, you guys have a good one.
Okay, Blue. Thanks for coming,
Bye,
mate.
Bye, Blue.
Well, hi everyone, and welcome back to The Experts Debunk the Flat Earth. Today we're going to tackle the black swan and other issues related to we see too far for the Earth to be a globe. So let's cue up the music, and you can join myself, Wolfie6020, Charlie, and Blue Marble Science as we talk about do we see too far. Well, our next one is one of my personal favorites. We see too far. So, Harry, how far should we see on a flat Earth?
We should see, well, on a flat Earth, what would stop you from seeing to infinity?
Well, I talked to an astronomer a little bit earlier today.
From the point of view of astronomy, there's the thing that's referred to as optical density, which has to do with how much dust and dirt there is between you and the object you're looking at. And that's usually the only limitation of how far you see, is whether there's something in the way. As long as the air is clear enough, you'd have no trouble at all seeing a plane 50 miles away, as long as it was above the horizon.
And there is a dirtiness to the atmosphere, dust, water vapor, things like that, haze mostly. And, we've all seen it. It kind of sits 1,000 feet off the ground. Yeah. The lower 1,000 feet's a little foggy, a little hazy looking. But I asked him specifically, well, if we look straight out over the horizon, how far should we be able to see through this haze? Should we be able to see something 50 miles away? And he goes, easily. And then he brought up the fact that we can easily see the moon halfway down the horizon on the ocean, and we can see a very clear border between the side of the moon and the water.
The reality is that, I can go out and watch the moon set on the Pacific, and I can see the moon set. It clearly sets, it clearly is bisected by the horizon, the water, essentially, as it sets. And the same is true for stars, which are very faint, and I can see them. Now, when the moon sets for me, it's essentially directly overhead somebody that's a quarter of a wave around the Earth. Several thousand miles, that moon is directly above them, and yet I'm watching it set. It would have to be at least several thousand miles away, and I can see it. So what are you going to do?
How far away does it have to be before it appears, due to perspective, to touch the water? And is the bottom part of the moon that we can't see any farther away than the top part that we can? Why shouldn't we be able to see the Sears Tower in Chicago from the shores of Lake Michigan 60 miles away over the beautiful air above Lake Michigan? There's no reason at all we shouldn't be able to see that due to atmospheric blockage. Why is it we don't see that on a regular day all the way down to Lakeshore Drive?
Well, because the Earth isn't flat to begin with.
Yeah, well, that's kind of obvious. Yeah, it's kind of curvy.
That's the first problem.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you do see the moon looking out over the horizon that we're familiar with. Would you see that on flat Earth? Well, no, you wouldn't in the first place. The moon would never get down there, I don't think. How would it? It's supposed to be, 3,000 miles, 3,500 miles up. That's what they tell us. They think it is. And how far away from you can it possibly ever be? Supposedly.
Yeah.
9,000 miles, maybe. The angle never gets you down to anywhere close to the horizon.
So in other words, if the moon was about 3,500 miles high, and it was, say, 20,000 miles away, we could actually draw a triangle on a flat Earth, couldn't we?
Yeah, you could.
And that angle would not be zero.
No, it's not. Not even close.
All right.
Not even close.
Now,
nothing geometrically works out on the flat Earth.
Well, it's a good thing they don't like math, so they don't know geometry. All right, so theoretically, on a flat Earth, if we looked out and saw a horizon, that would be pretty much at our eye level, wouldn't it be?
It could never be at your eye level.
But would it be close?
Bob, I don't think so. And here's why I say that. If you think about this, on a flat Earth, how far is Earth, how much Earth is out in front of us? Unless you're looking due south and you're getting close to that supposed ice wall of theirs, how far can you possibly think that you would ever be able to see to begin with? No matter what, it's the old parallel lines don't intersect, right? That flat horizon can never quite rise to your eye level. It may get close.
Yeah.
But it can't ever come all the way up to your eye level.
Well, if you're 6 feet tall and you're looking out at her horizon 10,000 miles away, the drop to the horizon is going to be about as close to zero as you can get and not be zero, right?
Yeah.
So it would
close.
be kind of close to your eye level. Now, when we got out there, if we started looking at things, we'd start running into problems with the Rayleigh criterion, right?
Yeah, pretty quickly you would.
And the Rayleigh criterion is based on the frequency of light. So what you would have would be, the aperture of your eye isn't changing, but the frequency of light in white light, you've got red, blue, and green and everything in the white light. Each one of those has a slightly different frequency. So instead of being a sharp, crisp line, the horizon would actually have depth based on the color, wouldn't it?
It should.
So it would be fuzzy. How could we possibly see a sharp horizon on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's exactly the point I've been making to these guys time and time again. You cannot possibly see a sharp, crisp, clear horizon on a flat Earth. It cannot happen.
And I can't really think of how it could possibly drop from the horizontal, and we've clearly measured it dropping from the horizontal on a flat Earth.
Well, there's another problem.
What's that?
On a flat Earth, the horizon can never be in front of any object. If you could see the horizon on a flat Earth, it could not possibly be or appear to be in front of any object.
You're
Yet all the time we see horizons, very crisp, pristine, clear horizons in obscuring and in front of things. That is simply not possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I definitely think you're right on that. And it's just one of those things I think they haven't thought out very well. You know, they're making a lot of hay right now about something they're calling the black swan, which personally I find amusing because it's not a black swan and they're not even using it correctly.
I agree. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the black swan? How far should we see, and what's seeing too far?
What's seeing too far? Well, my throwback to them is, why don't we have any photographs of the sun setting behind the mountains of Hawaii from 200 miles away on a cruise ship? We don't have anything like that. And if you notice, the flat earthers, they're always showing us these observations over very tiny distances, and when calculated properly, factoring in refraction, they fit the globe every single time. That black swan observation, I think you can discount it straight away just by the very obvious distortion and by the fact that other photographs of those two objects in the water show very different results on different days. And on most occasions, it's very obvious that the far one is at a lower position and the base of it is hidden behind the horizon. So, yeah, the black swan is they've just cherry-picked a day with extreme refraction, and they're just not letting it go, even though it has been debunked many times.
Yeah, I think you've done it. I've done it. Blue Marble Science has done it. Mm-hmm. You know, it's kind of a fun way to demonstrate what refraction is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with my astronomy, you know, I have done a lot of sunsets and moon sets, and it's quite interesting when you're tracking the sun precisely all day and it just doesn't move in the frame of the telescope, but as it gets closer to the horizon, you do see it moving. It's because the refraction is lifting it up. So even though the telescope is continuing to move at that very precise 15 degrees per hour, there's just a half a degree or 1 degree of refraction just raising the sun up. So I actually have a video on that where you see the sun just moving in the frame. And most of the time I'll do a manual correction, just a very slight correction. And that'll just keep the sun framed in the center. But yeah, you can absolutely see the refraction. In fact, some telescopes have a tracking rate called the King rate. Are you familiar with that one, Bob?
Not a bit.
Okay. Sidereal rate is to track the stars. We've got solar rate, which is to track the sun. That's a precise 15 degrees per hour. But the King rate will basically track at sidereal rate, plus it will allow for average refraction once it gets close to the horizon. It's quite good. I do have a little telescope that uses that, but I've never actually used it myself. But King rate tracking in a telescope factors in the refraction.
That's actually a very interesting point and something that I wouldn't mind doing a video on one of these days.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The refraction becomes important as you get down to 5 or 10 degrees to the horizon.
Yes.
And that actually causes the sun to either rise up or lag behind. So it kind of hovers right there at the horizon. What about this talk about change in angular size? I understand that with a good solar filter, the sun doesn't really change in angular size. Is that right?
No, it doesn't. And I've done a lot of work on that with proper solar filters, various different types. In fact, that is what got me into astronomy. I wanted to go and just buy a very basic solar filter for my P900. And there's a great shop, a great telescope shop in Glebe in Sydney, near the city, and it's called Bintel. And I walked in there, I looked online, and they had the solar filters for my camera, and I walked in there, and they've got a beautiful showroom of all these high-end equatorial mounts and telescopes. And I remember within 3 seconds of walking in this shop, I thought, oh, this is going to be dangerous, you know. So I bought my solar filter and I went home and I was happy with that. But I just had to go back
a couple of weeks later and just buy a telescope, and that's how I got into it.
You knew that the bug had you, huh?
I could tell straight away. As soon as I see cool devices like that, I thought, I've got to have one.
Well, thank you very much for stopping by today, and I hope that this helped you out when flat earthers tell you we see too far for it to be a globe. Because the bottom line is, if you see it on Earth, you can see that on a globe. We just have to figure out exactly what's going on to allow us to see something that we wouldn't normally expect. In our next episode, we'll continue The Experts Debunk the Flat Earth. In the meantime, hit that like and subscribe button down there. I'd love to have you as a member of the channel, and there's a link to memberships right in the description. And make sure you check out my new channel, Common Sense Science. So in the meantime, this is Bob the Science Guy, signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you again for stopping by, and we'll see you again soon.
Bye, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Where's he from?
I keep forgetting. I think somebody has mentioned it, or he's mentioned it.
Did he mention Lightning? No, he didn't. No.
No, he didn't.
No.
South Dakota?
That's close.
Florida? Mexico?
He can't be Florida because he never films the takeoffs, do he? And he would if he did. Nope, I don't know. I'll give in. Perhaps a peanut gallery now.
Maybe
I
next
don't
time
think
he
the
does
peanuts
a video, he might mention it, next time he does a video.
Yeah, he might do.
There's half a chance he might, yeah.
Oh God, it's hot here. I don't like it. Sitting in the loft is hot, yes.
Geez, we've been going for 5.5 hours. I didn't think we were going to be going this long.
Oh yeah, look, it's getting on 3:30. Bloody hell.
I know. I was trying to make this one a bit short. I was hoping this one would be a bit shorter.
This one's turned out to be longer than a usual long one.
Well, I've been trying to keep them a bit shorter than normal when I'm not doing it on my own channel. Who we got here? Oh, we know this person.
I meant to
it's just
show you one, farmers.
It's just the thumbnail will throw you off. No one, except for the thumbnail in the corner.
Yeah, that gives it away.
That gave it away. If that wasn't there, you would never guess what this was.
Oh,
I had to put my watermark on. People were pinching my stuff. So.
Are they really?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly.
4 of them.
Now, why would they do that?
Because it had a lot of views and I thought they would get subs. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Get something for nothing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that guy I got on screen, Farmer, he couldn't work out how to take off the bloody bike stand off his bike. And then the prat puts it right behind me, so I trip over it.
What sort of bike stand? What, a paddock stand?
Yeah, paddock stand, yeah. He couldn't work out how to get it off. I thought, oh my God. So I had to go over and help him hold the bike while I thought, oh my God, really?
Good job you weren't using the front one as well, then. That would really confuse him.
He'd have took the back one off first, guaranteed.
Yes, he probably would have done, yeah.
Yes, he is that derpy.
Silly ass.
Yeah, he's the guy I lent my 1/2-inch torque bar to do up his head nuts, and he promptly used them on an 8mm bolt as well. I wonder why he snapped all the 8mm bolts.
Don't take a lot of working out. Blimey.
It didn't even go low enough to set an 8mm bolt. Let them do one up.
No mechanical aptitude whatsoever.
I was going to say, because if that's got an 8mm, if it's using an 8mm socket stroke spanner on the hex head, that would be about M4, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the lowest one would go down to
maybe
about,
even M3.
Yeah. But these were just into alley cases. So that, light pinched, that's all you need to do. And he used a 1/2 inch.
I would have used a rattle gun.
Yeah, he would have done if he had a chance.
Oh, okay.
Well, it always amazed me back when I drove cars with petrol engines. If I bought one, the first thing I'd do was give it a service so I knew where I was starting from.
Yeah.
And you think, okay, I'll put in a new set of spark plugs. And you think, what's a gorilla put these in?
Yeah.
So bloody tight. It's an alley head and it's got a washer on it anyway. How tight do you think it needs to be?
Help.
Leaning on it with all your might just to undo a spark plug, Christ.
Oh, Bailey, I tend to find most M6 have got 10mm heads on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's most of what I've ever used.
Right, are we going to go for it then?
Yep.
Yeah, press play.
Here's another little ditty about the flat earth. The gift that keeps on giving. What is space? What is space? I hear them ask. Is it nothing? Or full of gas? Molecules or atoms with nothing in between? Not unlike a Flerpie's brain, just waiting to be seen. What keeps the gases in? I guess it could be luck, but if you have an ounce of sense, you'll know that vacuums don't suck. It's gravity, you silly Flirt. Why can't you equilibrate? Oh, right, you make up words to show that you really are illiterate. There's proof on paper, or a book, but you don't seem to care. I want to see a video. Or it isn't really there. YouTube is a platform that's there to entertain us. It's not on any serious school or uni's teaching syllabus. So maybe once it might be nice if you could cite some sources instead of watching videos. Try some college courses.
Yep. Like that one. All their education is done on YouTube.
Well, Riley cited his own video in his thesis as a resource.
Yeah. Here's a citation of my
Yeah.
YouTube video. I mean, a YouTube video.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was all pretend. I'm sure he never actually submitted that.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
I could see where citing a YouTube video could be something you would do, but
not your own.
But not in the way that was done. And of course, you would still have to download that video and append it to the thesis somehow, because you wouldn't be able to take the chance that it later disappeared from YouTube and then was no longer available to those who were consuming that paper.
Yeah.
That's your lot for the night. Who do we have left? Oh, everyone else is gone now. There's only a few people left. Oh, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Elmo. Pip, Farmer, and Finchy was there somewhere.
Thank you, Terry.
Andrea, Carl, Fred. Who else? Sorry, Stewie. Who else was out there? Scrolling. Professor Pineapple. Who else? Did see some other people there earlier. NA dropped in late. And Miro. Okay, night Peanuts.
And Stu.
Night everyone.
Night Peanuts.
Night Peanuts.
Yeah, good night Peanuts.
All have a good one.
Somebody run out of nuts.
Yeah, I was waiting for the nut man.